Chapter 1303. With another loud bang, Taoist Yun turned into a mushroom cloud. With him as the core, tens of thousands of demons were turned into dust. He was truly at the end of his rope. Even if he self-destructed, he could not unleash too much power. With the sound of his self-destruction, the space paused for a moment. In the next moment, the demon army cheered excitedly and passed through the battlefield. At this moment, not only did they kill a top powerhouse of the three continents, but they also officially conquered Celestial Wolf Pass. From now on, there were no more obstacles in their way to invade the Tao League. Countless demons were like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. With infinite destructive power, they surged into the interior of the Tao League continent. Hell on earth opened. Celestial Wolf Mountain fell. On the White Mountain range Taoist lay and the others did not see or hear the moment Taoist Yun and Taoist Yun died. After all, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other. However, when the two died one after another, the five of them trembled and burst into tears. In the dark, only the five of them could vaguely feel that two people were smiling and looking at them. Then they waved goodbye. Boss, brothers, we're leaving. The five of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by a knife. Brothers! The five of them bowed at the same time. Tears splattered on the ground. Have a safe journey. Don't go too far. Wait for me. When they straightened up again, their fighting spirit was already soaring. I'm right here. If I can't kill the demon ancestor, I'll fight until I die. The demon army that drove straight into the Tao League continent flew freely, covering the sky and covering the earth. Their demonic traces wreaked havoc, and the disaster was boundless. The citizens of the Tao League who refused to leave no matter what did not survive. However, there were very few who could escape from the demonic claws. It was truly a disaster. Just as Elder One said, wherever the demon army passed, there were no humans or animals, and all signs of life were wiped out. Whether it was domestic animals, demon beasts, star beasts, or humans. Even the citizens who hid underground and in the mountains were mostly dug out and eaten. The low-level demons of the devil race were all very satisfied. Compared with the abundance of materials in the three continents, the life of the middle and lower levels of the demon race was extremely difficult. It should be known that the demon race had to take the initiative to separate from the continent after a decisive battle. After so many years, the few resources on the continent had long been exhausted and were close to exhaustion, especially the cultivation materials, which were close to extinction. If they couldn't come back, all the demons at the bottom of the demon continent would starve to death or be eaten by their own kind in 100 to 200 years. If not for this, as long as the devil race had a way out, how could they be so valiant? It was precisely because they understood that fighting bravely meant death, self-detonating meant death, and retreating meant death. If they couldn't conquer the continent in front of them, the only fate that awaited them was to be devoured by the other demons. Only by fighting with all their lives would they have a chance of survival. Even though they were attacked by the elites of the three continents' allied forces as soon as they arrived, even though there was a clear difference in their strategies and tactics, the devil race was still fearless. They fought with their lives, learned, and mastered all the combat methods of the three continents' armies. It was also because of this that they were able to overcome two major obstacles consecutively in such a short period of time. The Tao League wasn't the only one who brought this upon themselves. Now that they had returned, they even broke through the Tao League's defense line and invaded the continent. Every demon felt like they had entered a treasure mountain. They ate with all their might, snatched with all their might, and killed with all their might. They even stuffed many plants into their mouths to taste. The countless wild beasts, spirit beasts, and demon beasts in the Tao League's mountains. To the devil race, they were unparalleled delicacies that they had never seen before. Even if they were eaten raw, it was already a delicacy that many low-level demons had never tasted in their entire lives. Not to mention the humans. Those were the most delicious delicacies on the devil race's menu that had been passed down since ancient times. They were the most precious delicacies. On the Tao League's side of the continent, the people who remained indifferent and steadfast despite thousands of mobilizations were now a bunch of stray dogs. They panicked and wanted nothing more than to kick the back of their heads and run further inland. However, most of them were ordinary people. Even if they had some cultivation, the highest was only a martial master innate. They didn't even have many Dan essence cultivators. How could they escape the pursuit of billions of demons? For a moment, the devil race was burning, and the flames of disaster were burning the plains. If it was peacetime, it would be fine if they were a little stupid. At most, they would lose some property. However, in this cruel atmosphere of war, stupidity was the price of their lives. It was the greatest sin. On the Tao League's mainland, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The land was barren for thousands of miles. Humans and animals were extinct. The devil race's army roared and swept past. They continued to advance inland and continued their feast. Along the way, there was blood everywhere. It was too horrible to look at. Later on, the devil race's residents also began to step onto the Tao League's land. They experienced the beauty of the legends and received the legacy of the people of the Tao League. The demon ancestor, Rahu, used his powers to connect the two continents. He also continuously channeled the vitality of the Tao League's mainland to the devil race's mainland. This method alone was a bit like stealing the sky and swapping the sun, draining the pond to catch the fish. However, the demon continent before was really too barren. It drifted in the starry sky, and even meteors did not land on this barren continent. Now that it had returned, the various meteors in the sky had a new place to land. Naturally, they all landed on the devil race's mainland. At this rate, it would only take 500 to 1,000 years for the mainland's foundation to be formed again. However, the demon race had never been a race that was willing to wait and make painstaking efforts. Not to mention the many Tao League cities that had been conquered. There were ready-made houses everywhere. Yes, most of them were empty. It was more convenient than carrying a bag and moving in. As for the few places that still had people living there, they were even better places. Not only did they have houses to live in, but they also had delicious food. All of this could not be more convenient for the devil race. As the devil race continued to advance, the land in front of them became desolate again. Then there were cities and forests. As they continued to advance, finally, the weather slowly turned cold. It was not a change in the weather. Instead, it was because the devil army had reached the area near White Mountain. In other words, the devil army had reached the northernmost position of the astral soul's mainland. As the devil race's vanguard crashed into the snowstorm, more and more of them followed. The black mass of the devil army continued to press forward. The sirens sounded in a heart-wrenching manner. It pierced through the snowstorm, one station after another, and reached the peak of White Mountain. They're so fast. Wu Yuding took a deep breath. Her gaze was solemn. She turned her head and said, "Where's Xiao Duo and the others? Don't worry about your son. That kid has been holding back for a long time. He dug a big hole for the devil race." Zhuo Changlu pursed his lips. Dug a hole? Where did he go? Didn't I say? He dug a big hole for the devil race. Naturally, he's in the hole he dug. Will he be in danger? You still don't know that kid. He cherishes his life the most. There won't be any accidents. Their team of 15 people is a little weak in our eyes. In fact, each of them has reached the level of Dongfang Nangong and the others. As for Xiao Nian and Xiao Duo, they have surpassed Xiao Hu and Yun Duo. They have reached the level of Xiao Yu. Zhuo Changlu said, if the 15 of them join forces, nothing will happen unless the devil ancestor personally attacks. Be careful. It's better to be cautious. Wu Yuding took a deep breath. Then she looked at Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo. You too. Sigh. She wanted to say something, but she did not. However, the couple's faces were already flushed red. The two of them were old cultivators. The matter of their cultivation being caught up by their junior brother really made them lose face. It's good that you gave birth to one. Not only did you not even lay an egg, but your only decent cultivation has also been caught up with. How can I and your master face the two of you? Wu Yuding finally said it after a long silence. Bai Yun Duo lowered her head and blushed. Yudong Tian, who had been harboring evil intentions for a long time, suddenly became excited when he heard this. He laughed and said, "That's right. Since your main accounts are useless, you can give birth to a second account to continue. But you didn't even create a second account. Get lost. Zhuo Changlu kicked Yu Dongtian out. You talk too much. Bai Yunduo lowered her head for a long time. Finally, she said softly, Master, Mistress, it's not that we don't want to have a child, but we really don't want our child to be born in this kind of war. If we want to have a child, not only will we be on tenterhooks, it will also be difficult to ensure the child's safety. If the war ends and we are still alive, we will have a child immediately. If the war ends, then we can forget about it. We can't be responsible for our child. Even if we are parents, we can't help but feel guilty. Sophistry, pure sophistry. Zhuo Changlu said with a black face. So, your mistress and I are irresponsible? What a bastard. You just don't intend to take responsibility. Yun Zhonghu said with a bitter face. Master, can you not speak like mistress? You are a discerning person. Can't you see that both of us are stuck at the void refinement stage? If we can take a step forward, it will naturally not be difficult to have a child. If we take a step back, it will still be possible. But we have been stuck at this stage for thousands of years. Both husband and wife sighed. We are also helpless. Bai Yunduo lowered her head. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt. Yun Zhonghu said sullenly, It's really not that I don't work hard. Haha. Yu Dongtian laughed like a fur seal. Bai Yunduo's face was red. She pinched a piece of Yun Zhonghu's flesh fiercely and scolded in a low voice. Will you die if you talk less? In the face of Bai Yunduo and Yun Zhonghu's helplessness, Zhuo Changlu and his wife also sighed in their hearts. They had the power but could not do anything. Just as Yun Zhonghu said, they were both discerning people and experienced people. For Yun Zhonghu and his wife who had been stuck at the bottleneck for thousands of years, there was really no way to deal with them. In terms of cultivation accumulation, it was already enough to break through to the zenith heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation, it was even more dense than the average beginner zenith heavenly realm. However, without that kind of comprehension, they could not break through. In this delicate moment where one step forward was indestructible and one step backward was beyond redemption, outsiders really had no way to do anything. Chapter 1304. It wasn't rare for someone to be stuck at a bottleneck for tens of thousands of years without being able to break through until they died. At least, Zhuo Zhanglu himself had seen several such people. Now that it was his disciple's turn, he felt helpless and powerless. As he thought about it, he suddenly had an idea. Wu Yuding said excitedly, Wait for me. Maybe I have a way. If there is a way, we can't miss it. Let's give it a try. Before she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yunduo looked at each other. At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu was a little confused. If he couldn't do anything about it, how could Wu Yuding have a good idea? That Zhuo Xiaoduo was pestering Zhuo Xiaoyan shamelessly. We haven't practiced together for a long time. Let's practice together. Nian Nian kitty, Nian Nian kitty. Wife, wife. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him away firmly. Stay away from me. Just once. Zhuo Xiaoduo swore solemnly. Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoyan was angry when she heard this. Last time, she couldn't stand his pleading and agreed to do it just once. In the end, it took her more than 20 hours. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo's reputation in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes had long been ruined. It had become an infinitely negative number. Especially after the speed of duo cultivation had become relatively slow, Zhuo Xiaoyan had become particularly diligent in practicing by herself. If the speed of self-cultivation was fast enough, who would practice duo cultivation? The whole time, she meditated seriously, practiced, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, treasures of heaven and earth, and practiced with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo persuaded Zhuo Xiaoyan under the guise of practicing. Zhuo Xiaoyan was using the excuse of practicing to avoid Zhuo Xiaoduo. In all fairness, Zhuo Xiaoyan did not object to the normal love between husband and wife. However, when things came to a head, she could not bear the reality, which made her flinch and keep quiet out of fear. He was scared and however, Zhuo Xiaoduo, a young man, was so excited that he didn't know how to control himself. As for Zhuxiaoyan, once, Zhuxiaoyan had a private conversation with Xiang Bing and asked her about it. Xiang Bing was also distressed. Swollen, ever since I drank the wine that boss gave me last time, it suddenly became unbearable. You didn't drink? Zhuxiaoyan blushed and asked. I drank it too. Xiang Bing stammered. But it's too frequent. I can't stand it. There are so many variations. It's a good thing to increase one's cultivation, but it doesn't sound good to increase one's cultivation like this. This sentence made Zhuxiaoyan feel the same way. Zhan Xuejuan, Yu Yan, Studian, and Wanli Xiu were all distressed. When they gathered together, they would try to persuade Zhuxiaoyan. Sister-in-law. Boss, what? Let's stop for a while. Don't make so much wine. What about Zhuxiaoyan? Zhuxiaoyan was also helpless. She could persuade Zhuxiao Duo to do anything. Even if she did not want him to sleep in the study, he would occasionally agree. However, if she did not let him make wine, it would be like asking for Zhuxiao's life. No way. Everything is for the mainland. Everything is for the people of the world. Everything is for. Every time this happened, Zhuxiaoyan would cover her ears and run away. Now Zhuxiao Duo came to pester her again after he finished practicing that Zhuxiaoyan was about to waver. While the two were still pestering each other, Wu Yuding descended from the sky. Mom, why are you here? Mom, please talk to the dog. He's getting more and more out of hand. Wu Yuding was very anxious now. She was not interested in resolving their dispute. She said directly, well, water and fire don't mix. Zhuxiaoyan immediately blushed. She stomped her feet and twisted her waist. Mom. What are you talking about? Wu Yuding coughed. I'm not talking about the two of you. Give me a few jars of wine. I'll help your brother and sister-in-law improve their cultivation. Zhuxiao Duo was reluctant to part with the wine. The wine was good stuff, so he asked carefully, how much do you want? I don't have much. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You've been selling wine here for decades. How dare you say you don't have any? How dare you say that? Hurry up. Hurry up. Wu Yuding stretched out her hand. For jars. Zhuxiao Duo looked pained. Why do you want so much? Hurry up. If you say one more word, I'll beat you up 8 times. Zhuxiao Duo immediately took out 4 jars of wine and said flatteringly, Mom, you misunderstood. I mean, are 4 jars enough? Do you want a few more jars? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. She was not interested in teaching this guy a lesson or paying attention to him. She turned her wrist, put away the wine, and flew away. You only know how to exploit me. Zhuxiao Duo looked resentful. It's not easy for me to make some wine. It turned out that this guy had used up the 1,000 jars given by the fire which after cultivating in the Tower of Emptiness for many years. Now, the wine in his hand was made according to the secret method given by the fire witch. If he did not make so much wine, he would not give it away. Wu Yuding quietly appeared in front of Bai Yun Duo and handed her a space ring. Then she began to whisper into Bai Yunduo's ear. In just a few words, Bai Yunduo's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. This time, even her ears were red. Have you memorized it? Yes. Have you memorized the cultivation method? Yes. Yes. Bai Yunduo's voice was like a mosquito, almost inaudible. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink. Don't come out until you finish drinking. This is an order from your master's wife. Today, you can't succeed. Bai Yun Duo lowered her head. Her face was red all the way to her chest. She did not dare to say anything. She pulled Yun Zhonghu and ran away as if they were running for their lives. As they ran, Yun Zhonghu's puzzled voice could be heard in the wind and snow. Drink? Why are we drinking at this time? Zhuchanglu coughed and looked up at the sky. He seemed to be very deep in thought. Of course, he knew what his wife meant, her movements, and all the causes and effects. But what could he do? It was not good to pretend that he did not know, so he could only pretend to be deep in thought. That kind of thing was really mostly due to fate. The two of them had Xiao Duo, and 99% of it was because of the mortal dust transformation. Among the older generation of cultivators, There were very few who had the luck of Yu Xingchen or Wu Yuding's father, who had children at an early age. This wine could help Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo break through their bottlenecks. It was the best thing. Yu Dongtian looked back in the direction the two of them had left. He walked over sneakily and pretended to be chatting casually. They went to drink? They actually went to drink at this time? Get lost. Wu Yuding sent him flying with a slap. You're a useless bachelor who can't even get a wife. How dare you mock a loving couple? In an instant, Yu Dongtian was hit both physically and mentally. He felt that his young heart had suffered great damage that he turned back and went to find Mu Yanyan before the battle started. Useless. Wu Yuding said bitterly. Every day, except for passing the buck and using your brain, you're just a blockhead. So many people say that you're good at playing tricks. Don't you know that people who play tricks have dirty hearts? Mu Yanyan's cultivation had improved rapidly during this period. Yu Dongtian was afraid that she would die in the battle. Not only did he instill cultivation into her from time to time to improve her combat strength, but he also asked his father to help instill cultivation into her. Of course, he was using Lan Lan as a cover to deceive others. Mu Yanyan and Lanlan's cultivation strength had been forcibly raised to the level of Dao integration, and now they were infinitely close to the peak of Dao integration. Such cultivation strength couldn't even be ranked in the top 10,000 among the masters. But in the 3 continents, except for Zhuxiaodu's team, no one could compare with their cultivation speed. At least in a normal battle atmosphere, the danger was not very great. At this moment, Mu Yanyan was cultivating with Lan Lan as usual. They continued to improve while chatting. I don't know how Miss is now. Lan Lan was very worried. Miss? Mu Yanyan was stunned. Mu Yanyan later found out about He Yuanyue's identity. Not to mention others, just Zhu Xiaoyan had told her countless times. But the matter of the red spider lily was very important. Neither Zhu Xiaoyan nor Lan Lan told her. It's like this. Lan Lan explained, and then she was a little fascinated. Miss should have been born by now. I really want to go back and see her, and hug her again. Mu Yanyan sighed and said, even if she really reincarnates, there's a 99% chance that she won't recognize you, right? A child's body, whether physical or mental, is not enough to bear the memory of the previous life. If you force it to be activated, there will be no harm. Don't believe in those stories. It's all nonsense. That's true. But even if she grows up, if the memory of the previous life is activated, it's also a problem. There will be a moral conflict. Lan Lan was really melancholy about He Yuanyue. Don't think too much. Mu Yanyan said, everyone's life is their own. With time, everything will become natural. No matter what the problem is, let nature take its course. There will be corresponding solutions, and there will be ways to overcome them. And these are things that outsiders can't interfere with. Forcibly interfering will often make things more uncontrollable. There are many good intentions that do bad things. The only thing we can do is to give them our blessings. Or when they really can't solve it, we can help them from the side. Don't do too much. You're right. But I can't let go. I'm always thinking about her. I just want to see her happy with my own eyes. Sister Lan sighed deeply. We've been sisters for decades. I really can't forget her. On one hand, I hope that she doesn't need to know me and can live a peaceful life. On the other hand, I especially hope that she can recover her memory and make up for the regret of being alone with Qin Fangyang in her previous life. This feeling is really contradictory. Sometimes, it's so contradictory that even I can't understand it. Humans are inherently contradictory existences. Mu Yanyan sighed. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Is Miss Mu here? Hearing this voice, Mu Yanyan's face darkened. Lanlan's worry disappeared. She laughed out loud. Heavenly King Yu is here. Mu Yanyan showed a hopeless expression, but it's not that Mu Yanyan didn't want to give him a chance. It's the way Yu Dongtian wooed girls. It was full of uniqueness and weirdness. And also a little sad. Chapter 1305. Amidst his hearty laughter, Heavenly King Yu strode in. What a coincidence. It's rare to see you at home. Oh, Miss Lan is here too. Nice to meet you. Mu Yanyan said weakly, I'm always at home. What's so rare about that? It's rare to see you every time. Yu Dongtian waved his hand and asked carefully, Hee, I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you remembered anything? Mu Yanyan's face turned ashen instantly. Her eyes stared blankly, and her lips started to tremble. You haven't remembered? It's okay. Yu Dongtian smiled. I brought a new disc today. Mu Yanyan sat on the chair weakly. She couldn't care less about her manners. Every time Yu Dongtian came, other than dragging her to watch a disc, there was nothing else. Such a weird way of wooing a girl. It was still fresh once or twice, but it was fine if it happened 3 or 4 times. But he kept doing it, and there was nothing she could do about it. At least now, Mu Yanyan had the urge to die. It was a complicated feeling that she couldn't describe. Anger, shame, inferiority, pity, heartache, disappointment that Mu Yanyan didn't even know what she was feeling. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was talking to himself. He turned on the machine and placed the disc in. He sighed. This is the recording of my wedding. Come, let's take a look. It was so lively back then. Maybe you can remember something. I was so young and energetic back then. Mu Yanyan sighed deeply and said softly, Heavenly King Yu, I've said it time and time again. I'm not Nian Fenghua. I'm really not your wife in your previous life. I've said this too many times. Or rather, how many times do you need me to say it? I really don't want to be your wife's replacement. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mu Yanyan's words were not polite at all. It was as if she was asking, Lord King of Zhuolu, do you understand human language? Can you stop pestering me? It's nothing. I just came over to watch a movie with you. Come, look, it's starting. Look. Yu Dongtian's face stiffened for a moment, then he smiled as if nothing had happened. As the image appeared on the screen, the hope in his eyes suddenly began to shine. Miss Mu, you see. At that time. Mu Yanyan looked dull. His eyes were lifeless. He was in a daze. There was nothing left to live for. Can you let me go? It was too torturous. As the recording continued, the cheers were deafening. A beautiful woman with a shy smile on her face looked lovingly at Yu Dongtian, who was dressed as a groom, in front of her. Her eyes were filled with happiness and satisfaction. Everyone around her, including Chang Kong and Chang Kong, had become her foil. This beautiful woman was the only main character on the screen. Such peerless beauty, so unparalleled in the world. Every time her gaze landed on this woman's face, Mu Yanyan indeed felt that she was looking into a mirror. The Nian Fenghua on the screen was at least 85% similar to herself. Even her temperament and charm were 90% similar. Even if they were twins, it was rare for them to be so similar. Or it should be said that there was almost no difference between the two. The only obvious difference was Nian Fenghua's superior demeanor. That was the peerless demeanor of commanding thousands of troops and horses, standing proudly at the top of the world. Other than that, everything else was cast from the same mold. The more she watched, the more Mu Yanyan understood why Yu Dongtian pestered her and refused to leave. But at the same time, the more she watched, the more uncomfortable she felt. Because Yu Dongtian's deep love was not because of Mu Yanyan. It was because of Nian Fenghua. This was extremely unfair to Mu Yanyan. Mu Yanyan had protested many times, but every time she could not help but watch with Yu Dongtian. The more she watched, the more her heart ached. Her heart ached for this infatuated man. At the same time, she envied that peerless beauty. The disappointment in her heart could be imagined, especially obvious. Especially, every time she saw some memorable scenes, Yu Dongtian would always ask hopefully, "Remember?" At that time that Mu Yanyan had even hoped that if she was really Nian Fenghua, she would not have to experience this awkwardness and enjoy this man's gentleness. But she was not, after all, she was not out on the screen. The sound of gongs, drums, firecrackers, and the newlyweds bowed to the heavens and earth. Yu Dongtian's eyes shone eagerly and carefully expectantly. "Fenghua. Remember? Back then, the two of us." Tears streamed down Mu Yanyan's beautiful face. She painfully shook her head. "Heavenly King. I'm really not." Don't worry, let's continue watching. Your memory will definitely recover. Yudong Tian would not give up at all. He had tried many times, and it did not matter if he tried again. As long as he did not give up, there would definitely be a day when his dream would come true. No one was more certain than him that Mu Yanyan was definitely the reincarnation of Nian Fenghua. Appearance, temperament, charm. It was exactly the same, and she often had that strange nightmare of self-explosion. If it was not my Fenghua, who could it be? There were many similar people in the world, but they could not be similar to this extent, right? I've only seen this one in 7,000 years. Besides, Mu Yanyan was not young anymore, but she had never gotten married. She did not even have the thought of looking for a partner. Wasn't this also a freak? Or should it be said, in her subconscious, she did not want to marry someone else? Although she did not know it herself, but she had been lonely until now. That this must be my Fenghua. This was Yudong Tian's persistence, and Yudong Tian's only hope now. For this hope, Yudong Tian had waited for 7,000 years. Since Mu Yanyan appeared in front of him, Yudong Tian's entire person had changed. He was like a person who was about to drown, and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, and refused to let go. This is my Fenghua. My Fenghua has come back to find me. How could Yudong Tian not know that what he had done was extremely absurd? Especially to Mu Yanyan, it was not only unfair, but also a kind of humiliation and insult. But Yudong Tian had no other choice. He could only hope that Mu Yanyan could recover Nian Fenghua's memory one day. At that time, perhaps Mu Yanyan would not feel that it was unfair? Especially, there was a clear example. White-haired fairy Shan Xiaoru and frenzied blade General Tai Mingru. That was the pair that Yudong Tian envied the most. Recover your memory, Fenghua, that even if it was only for a moment. Even if it was only for a moment, I have already waited for too long. The video continued to play. The scene of the wedding, the scene of the expedition, the scene of the battle, the shock of the army, the elegance of the white-robed sword testing the world. Yudong Tian watched attentively as always. Every time he asked, he was so careful. Filled with wholehearted expectation, worried about personal gains and losses. Fenghua, why can't you recover your memory? The Devil Clan has already come. The tragic war is about to begin. I really don't have the confidence to survive with you. I really hope that you can recover a little bit of your memory. I don't ask for much, even if you only recover for a minute. Just tell me one sentence will do. After a long time. Mu Yanyan still did not recover any memory. It's okay, next time, haha, we have plenty of time. Yudong Tian forced a very ugly smile, hiding the despondency in his heart, and got up to leave. His tall figure walked out of the door, his long shadow dragging on the ground, like a dead snake, full of powerlessness and decadence, as if he was carrying the loneliness of the whole world. Mu Yanyan sat on the chair in a daze, only feeling that her whole body, including her soul, had been hollowed out, and her whole person had become an empty shell. Only tears kept flowing down. I really tried to remember, but I really don't have those memories. Lan Lan floated out of her room, holding Mu Yanyan in her arms, gently patting her back, sighing silently. After a long time. Mu Yanyan suddenly leaned on Lan Lan's shoulder and cried. I really hope that I am Nian Fenghua. But I don't have those memories. What should I do? What should I do? I've been dreaming for several days. I dreamed that I was a woman like the god of war, and at the last moment, in order to protect my comrades who were in a desperate situation, I self-destructed and died. I've had this kind of dream many times since I was young. But when I wake up, I can't remember anything. I can't remember. Woo. Mu Yanyan burst into tears. I don't want to see him in so much pain. As long as I can stop him from suffering, even if he really wants me to be a substitute, I'll accept it. But I really am not her. Even if I'm a substitute, I'm still a fake. I can't become real. I know his guess, and I also guess that maybe it's really my previous life, but I really can't remember. I don't have any memory at all. Mu Yanyan cried her heart out. Lan Lan hugged her body, not saying a word, only sighing. She really didn't know how to comfort her about this matter. Yudong Tian sat in his room in a daze. His whole person was like an empty shell. The four walls of the room were covered with photos. Feng Hua with a smile, Feng Hua with happiness, Feng Hua in the wind, Feng Hua in the battle, Feng Hua in the snow, Feng Hua with a smile that this was a space that belonged to him. Every time he came back here, he felt that his beloved wife was still alive. This room had once been destroyed by the furious monarch's star-plucking star in order to force him to leave. But Yudong Tian returned to his original state again. Because he kept too many images of Nian Fenghua. Even if Yu Xingchen could smash everything, he couldn't smash Yudong Tian's heart. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't erase that memory from his son's mind. Yudong Tian sat in a daze, looking at her in a daze. He looked at Nian Fenghua smiling sweetly at him. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. "Girl, why aren't you back yet? I've missed you for 7,000 years. I've waited for you for 7,000 years. I originally thought that I wasn't afraid of waiting for you for another 7,000 years, or even 70,000 years. But now, the devil army has arrived, and the continent is facing a world-ending disaster. I might really die in battle. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that after I die, I'll lose your memory forever. Girl, I miss you so much." Chapter 1306. Outside White Mountain. Demonic aura filled the air. The demonic race's vanguard of 2 million soldiers crushed the Fengyun plains that originally belonged to the Fengyun clan and advanced toward White Mountain. Heavy snow fell. The thick demonic aura seemed to have dyed the boundless snow. Zhuo Duo and the others, the venomous shaman, and the Zhuyan remained in the enormous pit. Those with limited cultivation like Hai Hunshan and the others from the Umno Alliance had been chased back to the Tower of Annihilation by Zhuo Duo. "They're here." Zhuo Duo took a deep breath. "Get ready. The chance to create another demonic army is right in front of us." Li Chenglong sighed from time to time as he watched the demonic race's black mass flying toward them like a swarm of locusts. To him, he really could not understand the demonic race's commander's actions. Based on the demonic race's commander's actions, what was the difference between the current battle and a group fight? It was really a swarm of bees charging into the battlefield, attacking fiercely, forgetting themselves and fighting head-on. Before this, he had led his own small team to the battlefield at least hundreds of times, which made him realize that the demonic race's army's greatest weakness was its military formation. In the same army, the astral souls had 300 people in a team, while the demonic race had 300 people in a team. However, if both sides fought as a unit, even if the demonic race's individual combat power was stronger than the astral souls, the final winner would be the astral souls' army. Moreover, the demonic race's army would not suffer heavy losses. Because the troops had been trained to cooperate with each other, they had already formed a tacit understanding and could make up for each other's losses. Although the demonic race's army seemed to have formed an organization, it did not have the cooperation of a military formation. In other words, the organization of the demonic race's army was limited. If I gave you 300 people, you would be a brigade. If I gave you 5,000 people, you would be a detachment. If I gave you 30,000 people, you would be a legion. Yes. That was it, and that was it. Fuck, this is really a weird race since ancient times. They formed an army but did not train in military formation. Do the demonic race think that they have an army just because they have enough people? Are you kidding me? Li Chenglong, who had awakened his talent as a military advisor ever since he entered the path of cultivation, could not understand this at all. However, it was undeniable that such a demon army was a great boon for the Allied forces. It was too easy to scheme against. In all fairness, the overall strength gap between the three continents and the demon continent was actually very large. The fiend ancestor Rahu, who stood at the pinnacle of the infernals, was unparalleled and unrivaled. Just by looking at him, he was able to suppress the peak experts of the three continents to the point of being unable to breathe. Even if the demon ancestor was disregarded, the upper echelons under him were not as many as the Allied forces. However, they were not easy to deal with and were enough to fight. As for the middle and lower levels of combat strength, they were much stronger than the Allied forces. This was especially so now that they had copied many of the military tactics of the Tao League and even self-destructed their attacks. Their combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In terms of overall combat strength, the combination of top and bottom far exceeded that of the Alliance army. However, there was still one thing that Li Chenglong couldn't figure out. It could be said that it was the fundamental question that he couldn't figure out. Zuoduo, what do you think Demon Ancestor Rahu is thinking? This was the question that Li Chenglong couldn't figure out the most. Zuoduo frowned. In the previous few battles, although the final result was that the Infernals had some gains and the army advanced, in reality, it wasn't the case. The Infernals clearly had a more radical battle method with a higher success rate. As long as the Demon Ancestor came out to participate in the battle, he could quickly settle the situation in every battle. With a push, he could open the door to the Tao League and even the door to the Astral Souls. With the Demon Ancestor's battle record of severely injuring the Minister and killing the Blade Demon in one shot, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Li Chenglong pondered and said, but the Demon Ancestor didn't do so. Instead, he allowed soldiers to fight soldiers and generals to fight generals. He watched as millions of Infernals died. The victory was a Pyrrhic victory. Logically speaking, a person like the Demon Ancestor shouldn't care about his status to such an extent, right? Zuoduo was stunned. He really didn't think in this direction. I know that you haven't thought about this problem, but if we look at the overall situation, let's put ourselves in their shoes. If our Astral Souls or the Umno Alliance or the Tao League were faced with such a situation, whether it was Master Lei, the Flood Witch, or Uncle Zua, would they watch millions of soldiers die in battle without doing anything? But a Pyrrhic victory, what kind of victory is that? Li Chenglong said, after putting yourself in his shoes, anyone would realize that the Demon Ancestor Rahu's inaction is a very strange thing in his bones. Long Yusheng pondered and said, maybe. The Demon Ancestor Rahu is an idiot? The others collectively rolled their eyes. The other party was an ancient mighty figure. Can your idiot cultivate to the point where even the saints have to be afraid of him? Then what is the reason? Li Chenglong shook his head and said, I can't figure it out either. If I could figure it out, I would have already made a response. But there is still one thing that can be confirmed. As long as we don't touch the remaining 5 demon monarchs and the left and right guardians, who we don't know if they are still around, the Demon Ancestor Rahu will most likely still not make a move. Maybe we can use the Battle of White Mountain as a test. I bet that the Demon Ancestor still won't make a move. Li Chenglong's words made everyone even more confused. Everyone knew that Li Chenglong didn't make a conclusion easily, but he was always right. Since he dared to say that the Demon Ancestor wouldn't make a move in this battle, then there was a very high chance that he really wouldn't make a move. What is your basis? It should be known that until now, the Demon Ancestor Rahu was the biggest headache for the Allied army. If they could confirm that the Demon Ancestor wouldn't make a move, then all their worries could be eliminated? My so-called not making a move also has a prerequisite. We can't really let our guard down and forget ourselves. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. In the end, this is just a small guess. I always feel that the Demon Ancestor seems to have a special purpose. Moreover, the Demon Ancestor really doesn't care about the casualties of the Demon Monarchs. So I suddenly thought, in the end, it's still between the two. Otherwise, why would I use the word bet? Indeed, there is something fishy about this. Zuoduo muttered to himself. After Li Chenglong said this, everyone felt that there was indeed something unusual about this. The demon race ate people, but Rahu didn't care. He didn't care if the war went well. He didn't care if 100,000 died. He didn't care if 1,000,000 died. He didn't care if 10 million died. He was still indifferent. Ever since he returned, he only made a move because he was ambushed at the moment of his return. He heavily injured Zhuochanglu with one blow and killed the Blade Demon with one spear. But after that, he really didn't make a move again. If the Demon Ancestor's goal was to let the demon race dominate the entire continent, this was really unreasonable. Even if he was cold-blooded and didn't take the demon's life seriously, if all his clansmen died, what would he use to dominate the continent? It was difficult for a person to be invincible in the world, but it wasn't impossible. However, it was impossible to dominate the continent with one's own strength. One had to have a lot of subordinates to do so. Then what is the demon ancestor Rahu's goal? If Li Chenglong hadn't mentioned it, perhaps everyone would have thought that the demon ancestor was so cold and heartless. The demon race was warlike and didn't take life seriously. However, now that it was brought up and carefully considered, it immediately touched the blind spot. For this battle, let's fight and see what happens next. Li Chenglong said, the clues we have now are still limited. This battle can still be described as a gamble. The White Mountain battle line is only suitable for battle for 8,000 miles. It can allow our men to arrange things more easily. I believe that the arrangements of the heroic soul pass here will be enough to deal with the demon race's attack. If the demon ancestor Rahu doesn't make a move, there's no hope of attacking. In other words, then let's fight and see if the demon ancestor Rahu will make a move and join the battle. Let's gamble on our luck and see what happens. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others nodded in unison. In the sky dozens of miles away, the demon cloud continued to expand wildly. The demon chi rushed to the sky and covered the ground. The sky was filled with snow, blocking one's line of sight. However, one could still clearly see that the sky had been dyed completely black. They're here. Start the detonation. At the same time, the 3 heroic soul passes at the very front activated their restrictions. The air restricting domain was suddenly activated the moment the demon race was about to cross over. The demon cloud, which was hundreds of miles in front, fell from the sky like a big pancake. It was so neat that it looked like it had been cut by a knife. At the same time, boom 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 that the 30 million kilograms of modern explosives that Zhou Xiaoduo had buried here long ago were also detonated. Amidst the deafening sound, a huge amount of non-poisonous Great Sorcerer and Zhu Yan absolute poison spread wildly among the demon race's army. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of demon race's bodies were blown up into the sky by the explosive force. They flew up tens of thousands of meters high. This was a height that they couldn't fly up in an instant with their own cultivation. In contrast, they didn't fly up in a complete sense. Instead, it was a part of their body or their flesh and blood. The amount of explosives that Zhou Xiaoduo had planted this time was really too much. Coupled with the strong poison, the demon race's soldiers were poisoned after falling from the air-restricting domain. With their cultivation and strength, they couldn't withstand such a violent explosion at all. Moreover, there were sword chi sweeping back and forth in the sky from east to west and from west to east. Along with the explosion, a ravine that was thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. All the demon race's soldiers who had just rushed over couldn't stop their momentum and fell from the air-restricting domain. They fell into the abyss like dumplings. Then, both sides of the abyss began to collapse. The poisonous fog directly spread and sealed the sky above the abyss. Demons kept rushing over and falling into the abyss. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' original intention was to ambush them. But now, it seemed that the effect was unexpectedly good. There was no need to ambush them at all. They could ambush them with manpower. In view of this, they simply disbanded and left on the spot. On White Mountain, the eyebrows of the higher-ups twitched wildly. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This effect was really too unexpected. Chapter 1307. Is this the result of all their hard work? It's really quite a big commotion, but it's also very effective. Taoist Shuang, who had been in low spirits for a long time after losing 2 of his brothers, was now beaming with joy. It's very effective. It's really very effective. Not only him, but even Zhou Changlu and the Flood Witch's eyes widened. Although the 2 of them were aware of what Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were doing, they never would have thought that they would be able to create such a big commotion. What was even more unexpected was that they would be able to create such a good effect. In fact, they weren't the only ones who didn't expect this. Even Zhou Xiaoduo himself didn't expect this result. His original intention for setting up this trap was to kill a wave of demons. What he had envisioned was the follow-up to the ambush. However, the reality was that the follow-up was completely useless. The first wave was enough. The pit was too deep and too wide. With the addition of countless explosives, it created an abyss that was hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long. What was even more unexpected was that, with the addition of the anti-air domain, this place had become a natural moat. If the demons wanted to attack from here, they would have to go to the bottom of the moat and then climb up from there. This was something that Zhuo didn't even think about. His eyes also widened. How could something like this happen? Of course, there were still a few powerful cultivators above the Dao integration stage who could fly over. However, among the billions of demons, how many of them were above the Dao integration stage? Not to mention the demons, even in the prime of the demon race, could they produce millions of demons above the Dao integration stage? Furthermore, if there really were demons above the Dao integration stage who recklessly flew over, they would be nothing more than fodder. They would be directly killed by the combined forces of the allied army. Taking all of the above factors into consideration, Zhuo's original intention was to trap the demons. However, he had accidentally created an unprecedentedly dangerous natural moat. At least from this side, the demons would never be able to attack. Thus, they could only choose to attack from the other side. As a result, the original 8,000-kilometer defensive line was instantly shortened by more than one-third. This was simply that everyone was in a state of disarray. Everyone, including Zhuo, the Flood Witch, and all the higher-ups, had their mouths wide open as they looked at this glorious result. What the fuck? There's actually such a move. Just one change and it's actually like this. If we had known earlier, we might as well have gone to dig holes. TSK disket. TSK disket. TSK. The deep ice which kept shaking her head, sighing and sighing. She then raised her thumb and said, "You are really a young hero, awesome." How awesome! It's only a matter of time before a strong father surpasses his ancestors. TSK. We are boorish people, so it's fine that we can't see this. But you two, one is the biological father, and the other is the godfather. You two have even seen the child's actions, but you two are still acting like two idiots. I feel embarrassed for you too. Zhuo smiled faintly, turned his head and said, "Brother Hong, now that the defensive line is shortened, the pressure on us has also become relatively smaller. It seems that we don't need so many people. It doesn't matter if some of the higher-ups are killed one or two. How about using them to test the demon ancestors' movements? It's a worthy death, and it will bring glory to the future generations." The Flood Witch nodded slowly and said, "Good. Deep Ice, you go and assassinate the demon ancestor." Assassinate the demon ancestor? The Deep Ice Witch's face turned green. She took to her heels and ran away. "I only said a few words, and you want to send people to death. You're too shameless. I haven't even had time to fire. And you're already in a hurry. What's the hurry?" Her voice was still echoing in the air, but she had already disappeared without a trace. The Fire Witch stood on the side, looking down and not daring to make a sound for a long time. The Flood Witch could give him face, but Zhuo definitely wouldn't. To be honest, the Fire Witch was already very satisfied that Zhuo didn't pat the Fire Witch's head and earnestly call her little fire. How many is too many? It's better for people to keep a low profile. Well, not only for people, but also for witches. Xiao Duo accidentally created a natural moat this time, but a man-made natural moat can naturally be destroyed by human power. It's not impossible for the demon race to destroy it. Zhuo said softly. The simplest way is that once the demon ancestor Rahu takes action, the air-restricting domain over there can be broken with a snap of his fingers. But if he doesn't take action, at least in a short time, the 3 heroic soul passes will be impregnable and unbreakable. The two looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Yes, even though Xiaoduo had created a natural moat that exceeded everyone's expectations, the root of this natural moat was still built on the foundation of the heroic soul passes. With the heroic soul passes and the air-restricting domain, the foundation of this natural moat would be unbreakable. Similarly, at the root, The heroic soul passes, which were related to the heavens, earth, and stars, could not be broken or destroyed by ordinary people. But for the demon ancestor Ra, it might just be a matter of a slap. The strength of an ancient powerhouse, who was comparable to a saint, was not something that anyone in the world could evaluate. And once the air-restricting domain was broken, the so-called natural moat would be a joke. The demon race's army could just fly over directly. Even the 5 demon monarchs under the demon race might not have such strength. However, there were also higher-ups guarding this place. If the demon monarchs really dared to come over, they would have to face many strong enemies before they could talk about destroying the heroic soul passes. The risks involved could not be ignored. But if the demon ancestor Rahu personally made a move, everything would be different. For Zhuchanglu and the Flood Witch, it was hard for them to calm down with such a fact in front of them. They actually had to place all their hopes on the premise that their biggest enemy would not make a move. The two of them, who had been the strongest in the 2 continents for a long time, felt so aggrieved that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. The situation was stronger than the person. What could they do? The 2 swords of the Tao League, the 2 great shamans Lai Hua and Jin Lin, the sword monarch of the astral souls, and the Qin demon. How about leading 30,000 elites? Zhuchanglu asked. The Flood Witch frowned at Zhuchanglu's question. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, aren't you? It's necessary. The 3 heroic soul passes over there involve a defensive line of more than 3,000 kilometers. Okay. Fortunately, that's all. If it's really like what Bing Ming said, and the entire defensive line uses this air-restricting domain to create an abyss, then we'll be going to the extreme and force the demon ancestor Rahu to make a move. There will be no room for negotiation. That's right. This will give them a chance to fight. Looking at the expression on Zhuxiaoduo's face in the distance, the 2 almost burst out laughing. They saw that Zhuxiaoduo himself was also looking at the cliff in a daze. It turns out that this kid didn't even think about this. The Flood Witch was speechless. He's just farting on the sparks. And it's on fire. Zhuchanglu was also speechless. In any case, you should at least act like you're awesome. In the end, who are you trying to show off your dumbfounded face to? While they were discussing, the battlefield was in a mess, and battle cries sounded like thunder from the 9th heaven. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim Zhuxiaoduo, Senior Sorcerer Jian, Senior Sorcerers Zhuxiaoduo and the other 15 people formed 17 sharp daggers. They rushed out of the dense demon army one after another and rushed up White Mountain covered in blood. The non-poisonous shaman and Jian followed behind. They raised their hands, and countless poisonous gases intertwined before exploding. More than tens of thousands of demon soldiers rotted in an instant high in the sky at the invisible demon ancestor Rahu's body suddenly shook, and the god-killing spear, which was also invisible, suddenly buzzed. It was a feeling of shock. That's Zhuyan. Rahu furrowed his brows tightly. A look of dread flashed across his eyes. The god-killing spear instinctively retreated a foot without warning and hid behind demon ancestor Ra, saying, "Definitely." The muscles on the side of Rahu's face, which had been as calm as an ancient well, began to twitch. Then he subconsciously cursed out a curse exclusive to the demon race. Why is this scourge here? It was no wonder that demon ancestor Rahu was so afraid. Jian was really too strange. Wherever this person went, there would definitely be people who would be unlucky. No matter if it was holy, demon, shaman, immortal, ghost, or human, he would meet gods, evil gods, or Buddhas. No matter what cultivation level, strength, or background, he would be defeated. Even the 2 demon emperors and the 2 sages had suffered a great loss because they had underestimated him. They did not even know how they had suffered a loss. They were baffled and could not figure it out that Zhuyan's current combat strength was weaker than before. In the eyes of demon ancestor Rahu, it was just so and could be destroyed with a casual strike. However, when it came to this fellow's bad luck, it had to be said that even demon ancestor Rahu was afraid and did not dare to act rashly. He went to consult Saint Jade Pure, and a few of his disciples betrayed him and went to the west, causing the 12 golden immortals with perfect providence to be incomplete. He went to consult Saint Prime, and the Saint Prime's huge Jie sect was annihilated not long after, no longer existing. Dong Huang comforted him out of goodwill, and then he was attacked by Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix and almost killed. The Demon Emperor met this fellow twice, and he was ambushed by the Wu people who were not good at scheming. And this was only on the surface. Demon Rahu also knew some other secrets, and that was Dao Ancestor had originally obtained the complete creation plate, but there was a small beast beside it. Legend had it that it was Zhuyin. That Dao Ancestor was merciful and pointed at the small beast to awaken its intelligence. At that moment, Demon Ancestor Rahu, a Khanate life form, appeared and destroyed the creation plate with a spear. Then, Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix rushed over, and the first battle of Dragon Han began. Dao Ancestor won in the end, but only one side of the creation plate was left. The legendary creation plate. As for the other corners, they had no idea where they had disappeared to. Chapter 1308. Of course, at that time, Yin did not have the title of Beast of Misfortune. At that time, Zhu Yan was very well behaved and adorable. It was a clean little monkey with big, clear eyes. It was small and very lively as it hopped around. In the words of modern people, it was very cute. Otherwise, the Dao Ancestor would not have pointed at it. If Zhu Yan was in its current state, the Dao Ancestor would have slapped it into ashes. Enlighten it? Dream on. But it was that point that pointed out the problem. If it was not for that point, the creation plate might have fallen into the hands of the Dao Ancestor. After all, it was just a little bit more. Was there really nothing to it? Furthermore, the Demon Ancestor also knew that at that time, another almighty Azura Mingi was traveling the world. When he saw Zhu Yan in the form of a small beast, he was excited and wanted to bring this cute little thing back for his daughter to play with. At that time, Jian had just started cultivating and was really just a weak chicken. Then, on the way back, Styx was ambushed by the two sages of the West. That battle was tragic. Even the sword spirit of Styx's eternal spirit treasure, the Yuan Killer Sword, was beaten until it could not recover for hundreds of thousands of years. A large number of elites of the Azura clan were taken away, and it was said that they were converted. Since then, the Styx patriarch hid in the Azura realm and did not dare to come out. As for the Scarlet Ape, it had been instinctively thrown out by Mingi the moment he was attacked. But in that kind of atmosphere of battle, this guy was actually safe and sound. Was there really nothing to it? The two sages of the West were also tied to Jian. When the Taoist guide went east to preach, he brought some of the prime clear sages' disciples back to supplement the West. It could be said that he benefited greatly. On the way back, he also brought Jian along. But halfway through, he felt that this guy's cultivation was too low compared to other great demons, and its future was not promising, so he threw it away, and after he returned, it seemed that his eternal spirit treasure, the 12th rank Golden Lotus, was eaten by some mosquito. The eternal spirit treasure of a great sage was eaten by a mosquito. This matter was as absurd as it could be. If there was nothing to it, who would believe it? No matter how many catastrophes there were, Zhu Yan was still alive and kicking. However, anyone who was close to him was basically dead, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, far or near. Those who had given him pointers or had a good impression of him were all unlucky. That as a Khanate life form and a primordial mighty figure, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was very familiar with such matters. He had even personally experienced some of them. When he carefully recalled them, he could not help but draw a cold gasp. This was because all of them, without exception, had crossed paths with the Scarlet Ape before they met with misfortune. Then, they all ignored it. That only by summarizing all these encounters and slowly sorting them out bit by bit, could one discover from the most inconspicuous corner, and this guy was also there at that time. In this way, the matter became clearer and clearer. Thus, he thought, Jian is involved in this matter. Another thing also became clear. Thus, he thought, Jian is also involved in this matter. Another thing, Jian is also involved. But even so, it was not until the North Sea Black Tortoise was killed by Empress Hua that the name of Jian, the Beast of Misfortune, truly resounded. Then, when they connected it with the previous matters, they truly understood. Damn it, was it also because of him? No matter how awesome Fiend Ancestor Rahu was, he did not dare to say that he was more awesome than anyone else. Even the god-slaying spear was frightened, let alone others. Perhaps no one knows, but Hong Yun, who was widely acknowledged as the best person in the primeval times, had once given Zhu Yan pointers in cultivation. Zhu Yan's initiation technique was taught by Hong Yun. Fiend Ancestor Rahu murmured. With a hum, the god-slaying spear drilled into the Fiend Ancestor's body. Even if it was a top Khanate spirit treasure, it was as weak as a cicada in winter. Whether it was the 12th grade Golden Lotus of the Taoist Guide or Mingyi's Yuan Killer Sword, neither of them was inferior to it. It also knew that Hong Yun's death and disappearance of his Tao, and even the soul-scattering gourd, his eternal spirit treasure, had disappeared. Perhaps it was also because of this guy. Don't worry. The Fiend Ancestor coughed and said, "It's all because I have a good impression of him that I'm unlucky. I've never had a good impression of him. Even if he hindered me, it was limited. Zhuyan had no effect on me at all." The god-slaying spear buzzed and said, "Is it really limited? Really no effect? Did you forget that you've just said that you met him face to face when the primeval chaos was judged? With your cultivation, you should have become a saint long ago, but you still haven't. Is there really no other reason?" Fiend Ancestor Rahu's face darkened completely at once. He could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that I can't become a saint because of this guy? Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so strange? Thinking deeper, it was not as if no one had ever found this fellow an eyesore since ancient times. There had been many mighty figures who had wanted to kill this fellow, such as the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Supreme Immortal Dong Hua of the Ren sect, Patriarch Qiankuan, Zhenren Wu Wang. However, most of these mighty figures had already completely disappeared from the world. And this Zhu Yan actually appeared here alive and kicking after the continent was split and reunited, that he was still as weak as ever, still as wretched and cowardly as ever. He was still the same as he was back then, but it did not die. It just did not die. The Fiend Ancestor frowned. Thinking deeper, the series of encounters after the return of the demon continent was abnormal. Everything was strange. First, the return of the continent. The other party was actually able to accurately target the time when the demon continent was at its weakest and launch a surprise attack, killing the top 3 demon monarchs of the demon race. Was this reasonable? This was too unreasonable. The 3 demon monarchs were too unlucky. Then, the target of their attack was the Tao League. It was clearly the allied forces of the 3 continents. They had clearly targeted the time and place of the demon continent's return, but they did not make any follow-up arrangements. Even the defensive line was built in the opposite direction. Everything was strange. Previously, when they defeated the Sirius Pass, there were 2 super powerful figures in the Fiend Ancestor's eyes who were also at the top of the 3 continents. However, not long after the 2 sides started fighting, they died. There was not even a suitable opponent to be buried with. Was this not tragic? Was there any meaning to this? It had to be said that everything was not worth thinking about. Once he thought about it, it was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. Especially after his own imagination filled in the gaps. The Fiend Ancestor Rahu cursed the demon race again. "I'm not afraid of him, but I really don't want to see him. I'd rather fight with Hong Jun again than see this monkey. Fuck, I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid of this scum." Before this, Rahu would never have thought that he would be so afraid of a scum that he could pinch to death with 2 fingers. Of course, if Zhu Yan knew that he was qualified to be feared by the Fiend Ancestor Rahu, it would probably be the most glorious moment of its life. The demon race army braved the wind and snow and began to attack. On the other hand, the allied forces of the 3 continents did their best to resist, repelling the demon race's attacks time and time again. This time, the surrounding atmosphere was completely different from before. The weather was bone-chilling, and snow fell endlessly from the sky. Then, Zhuochanglu and the others were shocked to find that. This time, they did not even have to clean up the battlefield. The scene in front of them made many people in the Allied forces almost vomit out their dinner from last night. That the demon race army actually found the corpses of their comrades who had died in battle and dragged them back to cook and eat those that were still intact or partially intact. Are they still fucking human? Yu Dongtian's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. They're not human in the first place. The demon heart and demon nature are beyond our understanding. It's not surprising. If the demon race eating the corpses of their own people made the Allied forces of the 3 continents feel shocked and disgusted, then they further discovered that the strength of the demon race army who had eaten their comrades actually increased considerably after eating the corpses. This discovery, this understanding, made the Allied forces even more dumbfounded and feel a chill in their hearts. What the fuck? What exactly are we fighting against? Zhuo Changlu instantly ordered, "Do your best to take back the corpses of the Allied forces' soldiers who died in battle." This order was wholeheartedly approved by the entire Allied forces. Yes, we can die in battle, but we can't accept being cooked and eaten by the demon race after dying in battle. The soldiers of the original Tao League all had bloodshot eyes, and their bodies were filled with indignation and anger as if they were about to explode. It was not difficult to guess just by looking at the demon race in front of them. Now, in their hometowns, the people who had stayed behind, the brothers who had stayed behind to fight and cover the retreat. Most probably, most of them had already become the food of the demons and were eaten alive. This was something that could be easily imagined, but the reality was even more terrifying than this. Everyone's aura was boiling. If we can't defeat them, we must self-destruct. In case we don't have time to take back the corpses and get eaten by the demon race. That's right. When I think that I might become the shit of the demon race one day, I feel so disgusted that I can't eat anymore. Fuck off. I'm eating. What bullshit are you talking about? What bullshit are you eating? Take a guess. If you were eaten by the demon race and then digested and excreted, would you be watery or dry? Ugh, this meal was wasted. Many people at the side rolled their eyes speechlessly and put down their bowls. Not only did they lose their appetite, but they also felt nauseous. They probably wouldn't be able to eat for the next few days. Fuck, don't run. I'm going to kill you. It had to be said that the brutal actions of the demon race had aroused an unprecedented sense of unity among the soldiers of the 3 continents. From this day onwards, the battle became even more intense and tragic. The Allied forces' soldiers were fighting without any regard for their lives and counterattacking. After seeing the demon race's attitude towards the people of the 3 continents, no one would not fight with their lives on the line. When they thought of the loss of this line of defense, the beautiful world behind them, and all the old folks who would become the demon race's food, no one could bear it. The offensive and defensive battles continued day and night, and the situation became more and more tragic. Chapter 1309. While the higher-ups of the devil race were attacking non-stop, they were also urgently summarizing information. Previously, they had broken through 2 lines of defense and captured a lot of captives. Some of the more powerful people were also kept alive to inquire about the situation in the 3 continents. The devil race was not a group of people who only knew how to fight fiercely. There were also many logistical people. For example, countless devil race clerks were sorting out and summarizing many useful things. That the fierce battle started from that day and never stopped. Day after day, night after night. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others also kept attacking, fighting, and killing the enemies. Hai Hunshan and the others were also divided into groups and followed the army to attack. Every time, they were beaten black and blue. They were the descendants of the Wu people. They were not afraid of death in battle and killed the enemies as if they were cutting melons and vegetables. Even if the devil race's cultivation was higher than theirs, the bloodthirsty and tyrannical devil race was still no match for them. The descendants of the Wu people who had achieved such results were all in high spirits. They felt that they had become heroes. When they gathered together, they talked about how to kill the enemies and how to kill the high-level enemies. When they were not with Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others, the 56 people were really in high spirits. They talked to each other excitedly. Even if they were bleeding all over, they could still participate in the discussion excitedly. Of course, in terms of merit and commendation, It was true that everyone had made a lot of contributions. There was no falsehood in their contributions. Everyone was very satisfied with the current atmosphere of their lives. After killing the enemies and bragging about themselves, they returned to Zhuoxiaoduo's space-destroying tower to cultivate and heal their wounds. When they felt that they had made progress, they went out to kill the enemies. Their personal cultivation was improving rapidly. However, how could they only be happy? Zhuoxiaoduo decided to charge them 10 pieces of the best quality jade of astral souls per day. The rental fee was definitely not cheap, but no one cared. After all, it was worth it. With the backing of the UMNO Alliance and their recent achievements, this amount of resources was not a problem at all. Although Zhuoxiaoduo often inexplicably raised the price for no reason, such as when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a good mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was in a bad mood, when he was not in a good mood, and so on, everyone was used to it and did not care. As long as it wasn't prohibited from entering, they could raise the price as much as they wanted. Only a fool would refuse to enter such a blessed land with such a small rental fee. However, every time they were with Zhuoxiaoduo and the others, they felt that. Their cultivation had clearly improved by leaps and bounds, but the gap between them seemed to have widened. This feeling and recognition made the group of Wizard Alliance's geniuses feel aggrieved and dejected, but there was nothing they could do and they were dispirited and powerless. In the same way, after a battle, we would return in high spirits and joy. But the others, that every time they went out, they were filled with murderous intent. When they returned, not only did their murderous intent not decrease, but it was even more intense. Every time they went out, they would be smiling, but when they returned, their faces would be so gloomy that it seemed like they would kill anyone at any time. The Thundercat and the others really did not understand. What was wrong with these people? Why were they so weird? Tens of thousands of demons were killed by them. Why were they still not satisfied? Who were they showing that face to? How many they killed was more. Later on, when they heard the others chatting with each other, they understood. This battle was in vain again. Sigh, that's true. What a disappointing battle. Why do you think the demon soldiers are so poor? Didn't they just conquer the Tao League and enter the inland? Shouldn't their pockets be the richest? Not only are they poor, but they don't even have a demonic core in their bodies. What's the point of living like this? That's right. We can still get demonic cores from killing demonic beasts. But now, the demons don't even have anything. I can't give up. I touched so many demons from head to toe, but there's nothing. I have to give up even if I don't want to. Motherfucker, the interspatial rings are all empty. I was so happy when I got the interspatial rings, but there's nothing inside, only a lot of corpses. What the fuck, what do you think these things are? Crash. Many space rings appeared on the ground. Most of them are empty. Only a few of them have middle-grade and high-grade Astral Souls Jade. There are only 3 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls Jade. So many space rings. The demons are too poor. This is so disappointing. Why can't they be richer and let us fight for it? They don't even have the motivation. How dare they fight a war when they're so poor? Zhuoxiaoduo's voice was full of dissatisfaction and complaint. You're losing money? I'm the one who's losing money. I only have this space to feed all of you, and I'm hoping to get something from the battlefield. But I met a bunch of poor demons. It's more than a loss. I fought desperately. Every time I went in and out of the Devil Clan's formation, I killed so many people. However, the rewards that the military headquarters assigned to me were all taken away by my parents and distributed to others. Who can I complain to? Now it's even worse. Not only did they take away my rewards, but they also took away my wife's. They even said that all the spoils on the battlefield belonged to them and that it was enough for them to be self-sufficient. Did you hear that? Is this human language? Now we're both poor. I'm aggrieved, I'm wronged, I'm wronged. No, 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 you have to pay to enter the Tower of Annihilation in the future. If you don't raise the price, you won't be able to survive. 10,000 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls Jade per person per day. If you don't hand it over, you're not allowed to enter. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up. You're poor? How dare you say you're poor? At this time, I'm afraid that no one in the 3 continents can be richer than you. You're already the richest man in the world, but you're still complaining about being poor? Where's your shame? How dare you raise the price? How dare you ask for it? Look at the heaven and earth treasures and spiritual herbs in your tower. At a rough estimate, there are more than 300,000 stalks. How dare you say you're poor? How dare you say you can't survive? Do you really think you're invincible just because you're cheap? I despise you. As soon as Xiao Duo mentioned raising the price, the crowd was stirred up and attacked him together. Who didn't know this guy's temper? His previous complaints were filled with grievances and grievances. In fact, this guy only had one purpose in his bones, which was to charge and raise the price. Everyone knew his character well. How could they let this bastard have his way? Although it was said that a cheap man was invincible, he had never met a cheap man. When a cheap man met another cheap man, it would depend on who had the lower limit. Who was truly invincible? Hai Hun Shan and the others who were listening from the outside were confused by this round of verbal sparring. What the hell? There's such a saying. We're going to kill the enemy. It's good enough if we can survive on the battlefield. We're going to make contributions, kill the enemy, survive. If we can accumulate more merits, that's all we're going to do. But look at him. His original intention of going to the battlefield was to make a fortune. Their thinking is completely different from ours. No wonder we're so happy every time we come back, but he's so unhappy. It's because he didn't achieve his original goal. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Li Chenglong's voice rang out. The higher-ups of the demon race are still somewhat profitable. Let's identify some targets tomorrow, and we can always gain something. Maybe we can even make a fortune. I vaguely feel that the higher-ups of the demon race are more or less human. I reckon that their actions and thoughts are different from the general demon race, and their wealth is most likely different. Long Yushin complained, that Demon Mountain and Demon Sea. Where do we have the time to select them one by one? Everything depends on human effort. We have to try. There's no time like the present. Let's do it tomorrow. With the gains, we can pay the rent to Zhua. Although he's cheap, he still gives us a place to cultivate. He may be unkind, but we can't be unrighteous. Military counselor is right. It's settled then. All the gains will belong to Zhua. Xiao Duo was flustered and exasperated. Right my ass, those poor demons, how can they afford my rent? You still have the nerve to talk to me about benevolence and righteousness? Think about your IOUs. How much have you accumulated? How can you have the nerve to say that I'm not benevolent and righteous? Is there any justice in this? Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Just wait and see. Don't worry. We'll pay you back in this life. Long Yushing and the others immediately dispersed and entered the Tower of Void Extermination to practice their cultivation. I just feel that I've lost so much that I'm going bankrupt. Really? Xiao Duo looked at Xiaonian speechlessly. Wife, I need comfort. I want kisses and hugs. Why don't we have a drink tonight? Xiaonian disappeared in a flash. There was no trace of her. Thundercat and the others were amazed by her high-speed movement. They couldn't figure out how she could cultivate such a body movement that was faster than teleportation. Xiao Duo stared at the direction where Xiaonian left with a dumbfounded expression. I haven't finished speaking. I haven't finished feeling sorry for you. Do you know what I mean by drinking? Maybe I'm just talking about drinking beer? Really? How can her body movement be so fast? I didn't catch her in time. Next time, I'll have to be prepared to catch her. Xiao Duo muttered to himself. That night, a few demon monarchs of the demon clan launched a sneak attack on the 3 heroic soul passes that controlled the no-fly zone of the Broken Cliff. They were repelled by the allied forces. Probably because the battle was intense, some of the top people on both sides were injured. From the second half of the night onwards, the battle became intense again as Xiao Duo and the others kept attacking and cultivating. They kept entering the battle formation wave after wave to harvest demon lives and make money in advance. Unfortunately, they still didn't gain much. Chapter 1310. Zhuochanglu, Flood, and Thunder Dao hadn't fought since the beginning. They just stayed in the middle of the army, while the others went to the battlefield in batches. Duo and the others' main task was to put out fires. They rushed to wherever there was danger. With their current cultivation level, this was the most appropriate task for them. Duo was the most active among them. As he rushed to help, he kept spreading heavenly secret orders. He threw them out like snowflakes. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of heavenly secret orders were scattered. Duo complained that he was poor, and it was true that he didn't have many resources. However, the biggest winner of this war was undoubtedly him. Countless heavenly fate points that others couldn't see poured out continuously every day. It was no different from a rainstorm. As time went on, countless astral souls jade powder from the 3 continents were sent into the space-destroying tower. There were also countless space treasures that were found and sent into the space-destroying tower. Countless demonic souls were scattered by Bai and Jiao and then devoured by Yen Shirsi. Countless heavenly secret fate points were divided among Xiao Long, Xiao, and Huang's sword that the space-destroying tower was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Xiao Long was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao and Huang's sword's strength was also increasing at a rapid pace. At this moment, Yen Shirsi had already formed a relatively complete spear body and spearhead. Bai and Jiao were also growing stronger and more mature by the day. Ever since Duo had obtained the main body of the creation plate, he had never thought that one day heavenly secret points would come so easily. It was beyond his expectations, and it was such a huge amount. Once upon a time, he had been reluctant to use a few drops of heavenly secret points. He had shared a few drops with Xiao Long, and Xiao Long had been so grateful that he shed tears of gratitude. Now, at this moment, he was using heavenly secret points at an insane rate. Every day recently, Duo felt as if he was in a dream. Every step he took was shallow, and every step he took was unsteady. The demonic race's attack continued and became more and more frenzied. However, in front of the towering White Mountain, which was like a natural barrier, they couldn't break through the defense line no matter what they did. Even the demonic race knew how to fight with their lives, and self-destructed from time to time. However, the Alliance army of astral souls was even more frenzied and desperate. They resisted the demonic race's attacks. After all, no matter how frenzied the demonic race's attack was, their defense line was only so wide. They couldn't all of them. It was only limited to the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Naturally, the results obtained were very few and close to none. On the other hand, although the Allied forces had suffered heavy casualties in terms of the overall situation, they were dealing with it relatively calmly. Ants demonic demonses, but they had enough manpower, and again and this demonic tests, and there was demonic war on them they started. In comparison, the demonic race was at an absolute disadvantage. They had to suffer heavy casualties every day. After a few more days, the demonic monarchs finally realized that if they continued to fight like this, even if it took a long time, they wouldn't be able to take down White Mountain. But the demonic ancestor, Rahu, didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. The astral souls weren't the only ones who didn't understand. Even the higher-ups of the demonic race were confused. Why didn't the demonic ancestor make a move? The situation was obvious. The demonic race is too strong. We can't take them down alone. But as long as the demonic ancestor makes a move, we can win in one fell swoop. And it's an overwhelming victory. This was an indisputable fact. But now, the demonic race's demonic race had suffered more than 1.5 billion casualties. Even if many of the demonic race's corpses became food for the demonic race, it was still a huge loss. The demonic ancestor was still indifferent. Then why did you bring us back here? Was he looking for death, or was he here to die? The 5 demon monarchs did not have the guts to question the demon ancestor. Instead, they secretly found the left and right guardians who had not made a move. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix. I can't take it anymore. If the old ancestor doesn't make a move, I'm afraid we'll all die here in the end. What's going on? Little did he know that the Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix were also deeply puzzled by this. Because both of them were completely confused now. Such a grand return, yet no one was allowed to make a move after returning. Could it be that the descendants of the devil race were only there to be slaughtered? What was going on? The two of them mustered up their courage and asked to see the devil ancestor. Ancestor, what's going on? The evil dragon asked. Right now, our demon brothers have suffered heavy casualties, while the enemy's morale is rising day by day. If this goes on, I'm afraid this battle won't be optimistic. Seeing demon ancestor Rahu remain silent, the evil dragon mustered his courage and said in a small voice, "If ancestor doesn't want to help, the two of us can help." Demon ancestor Rahu opened his tightly closed eyes and looked at his two old brothers, who had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years, with a complicated gaze. He seemed to want to stop them, but after hesitating he said, "If the two of you want to help, that's fine. However, I have to remind all of you that everything has a cause and effect. If all of you intervene, it will cause a disturbance in the heavenly secrets and cause karma. If all of you want to intervene, then you must be prepared to die. Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." He paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I suggest that you don't help." The evil dragon and dark phoenix seemed to have heard a huge joke and loudly laughed. "Ancestor, you're thinking too much. In this world, even if the two of us together can't defeat a saint, in terms of survival, even a saint would find it difficult to stop us. The sorcerer tribe and the human tribe on the other side don't have the power to kill the two of us." Ever since the demon race had returned, the two of them had been observing the allied forces of the three continents. It had been many days. They were confident that they had an estimate of the enemy's strength. It wasn't wrong to say that they were a bit of a threat, but to die, that was just a joke. With the strength that the enemy had displayed so far, the two of them didn't believe that the enemy could do it even if they were beaten to death. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix were powerful existences from the ancient era, and they even dared to fight demonic emperors. When they wanted to leave, they had a unique escape technique. Even a saint would find it difficult to grasp their whereabouts. Dying, that was just a joke. Although the current battlefield was cruel and dangerous, compared to the ancient era, there were billions of casualties and countless races dying. It was far from being the same. In that kind of environment, we didn't encounter any real danger. Now, you're saying that we're going to die. Ha! Ancestor, you think too highly of those scums. Don't worry. Dark Phoenix smiled and said, "We still have to follow you to rule the world, so how could we die? This time, we'll definitely sweep through everything." Demon Ancestor Rahu said indifferently, "There's already a problem with your mentality. This is a new great calamity, and it's much more dangerous than the previous ones. Why did you Taoists, Buddhists, demonic spirits, and other ancient era experts hide from the world? Just to avoid this calamity. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy to conquer the Tao League? This is a calamity. In a calamity, you'll experience the calamity. Since you've entered the calamity, you'll have to face the calamity. If you don't overcome the calamity, you'll have to face the calamity. Don't tell me the two of you don't understand this?" Evil Dragon laughed loudly. "The two of us were born before the world was created, and we've experienced the heaven-opening calamity, the Dragon Phoenix calamity, the God-sealing calamity, and the world extermination calamity. We haven't come out unscathed, but we've faced very few dangers. We've seen too many so-called calamities." The two of them looked at each other and revealed disdainful smiles. They said in unison, "The so-called calamities are nothing more than this. We've seen too many of them." The so-called calamities are nothing more than this? Nothing more than this? Demon Ancestor Ra didn't say anything and only glanced at them. He had a strange look in his eyes. "The two of you are determined to enter the calamity? Yes, please grant us our wish, Ancestor. If we don't do anything, the 10 billion demons will all die here." In this sentence, there was already an undisguised strong sense of complaint. "You won't do anything, but you won't allow us to save the demons from destruction?" Demon Ancestor Rahu smiled faintly and closed his eyes again. "If that's the case, go." "Yes." The two of them strode out. In the hall, the god-killing spear danced and buzzed. "Why didn't you stop them?" The god-killing spear was very curious. Stop them? Can you stop them? Demon ancestor Rahu smiled faintly. I've said everything I wanted to say. It's impossible to escape the calamity. It's never just a saying. The god-killing spear buzzed. In the previous calamities, they were only swept in and didn't take the initiative to participate. That's why they were lucky. But this time, they took the initiative to enter the calamity. How can it be the same as before? This time, I'm afraid. It'll be difficult for them to come out. Are they going to face the calamity after tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation here? That's why I say this is fate. Demon ancestor closed his eyes and said faintly, it's not that they don't listen to me, but the calamity is near and they've already lost their minds. At this time, even if the 6 saints tried to stop them together, they wouldn't be able to stop them. You say that heaven's will is toying with people, but is it just toying with people? The two of them are already showing signs of calamity. It's impossible for them to escape. Demon ancestor Rahu said faintly, this is the clear heavenly calamity. The heavens are reshuffled, separated for a long time must be united. The situation of the sun and moon changing the sky is not something they can bear. The god-killing spear buzzed and flew around, giving off a feeling of anxiety. I also took action in this calamity. The god-killing spear was a little uneasy. And I even saw Zhu Yan. You guys are so cool. Chapter 13:11. The demon ancestor Rahu smiled faintly. That's one of the reasons why I won't attack again. If it's just the tribulation alone, you and I have indestructible bodies, so there's still room for us to turn around. But now, the most terrible thing is that Zhu Yan has appeared in the enemy camp. This omen gives me a bad feeling. Originally, I was just avoiding the tribulation, but now, no matter what, I can't get involved in the killing tribulation. Evil things should be avoided if possible, and if not, we have to think of a way to avoid them. The demon ancestor Rahu's gaze seemed to penetrate the void as he said softly, returning to the ancestral land this time was too smooth. From being at a loss, to suddenly having a clear goal and a clear direction, this change was too sudden. It made me overlook the possibility of being involved in the killing tribulation. Our return was too smooth, and the first to return shouldn't have been us demons. The demon stars filled the sky, messed up the heavenly mysteries, seized the constellations, rushed the fortunes, sacrificed the souls, sacrificed Shuizhongxiao. All of this was to guide the demons. Logically speaking, the demons should have known the coordinates first, but they triggered a surge of demonic aura, causing us demons to return early. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Until the moment of our return, the heavenly mysteries were in an unprecedented chaos, and I couldn't calculate it. If I had left then, there would still be time, and there would still be room to maneuver. But I was muddle-headed and didn't think that the chaos in the heavenly mysteries was a prelude to the killing tribulation. It was only when I returned successfully and attacked the Tao League that I vaguely sensed that the killing tribulation was in front of me, and that I was about to fall into the trap. At this point, I've already fallen into the tribulation. It's too late to retreat. At this point, the demon ancestor faintly revealed a hint of regret. If we calculate it this way, it's almost as if we demons have blocked a tribulation for the demons. We returned early, and made the demons the scapegoats of the demons. There is something very wrong with this matter. Why did I block a blow for the demons in such a muddle-headed manner? Dong Huang Tai and Demon Emperor Jun are all my juniors. What ability do they have to block a blow for me? I'm an indestructible Khanate life form. Why didn't I sense the killing tribulation early on? This is very strange. Could it be that there's another expert plotting against me? You deliberately pushed me to the front? His brows furrowed tightly. But in this world, since time immemorial, who can scheme against me and not be detected by me? Dong Huang and the Demon Emperor. Can they scheme against me? They don't have that kind of ability. But if it wasn't for their scheme, who could have come up with such an unimaginable change? Or could it be that the demon race still had a backup plan? Or perhaps he had joined forces with someone else? You deliberately pushed me out to block the tribulation? Everything about this matter is strange and bizarre. Besides, why is the clear heaven tribulation called clear heaven? Chin, what is it? Purge? Cleaning? Purge? Who was he trying to purge? Who do you want to sweep? Who is the mastermind behind this calamity? Perhaps even the 6 sages didn't have such means. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was personally in charge? But even if it was him, I should have sensed it. Could it be that in these years, his cultivation has already surpassed mine by so much? All the above are still guesses. We have to wait for the others to return before we can calculate it clearly. The situation is not clear, and the secrets of heaven are dark. Rashly throwing oneself into the calamity is the path to death. Those bastards back then, each and every one of them had deep thoughts and schemes. You have to remember, ever since we returned and set foot on the ancestral land, our opponents have never been these aboriginals in front of us, but those scheming bastards back then. Facing them, especially when the secrets of heaven are chaotic and can't be predicted, no matter how cautious we are, it's only right. Especially, none of them have appeared. All the more we can't be the first ones to stand out. Maybe we'll block the saber for all of them, go through the calamity, and die without knowing anything. They'll only laugh at us, and won't be grateful at all. It had to be said that the demon ancestor Rahu, a Khanate expert and a mighty figure in the prehistoric times, always thought far and wide when he was scheming, and acted only after he had made up his mind. Although he had always been known for killing when it came to the critical moment, he could be calmer and steadier than anyone else. After noticing the calamity, he made a prompt decision and stopped immediately. Old things, do you think I, Rahu, am so easy to scheme against? I'm back, and I'm going to enter the calamity? Aren't you guys dreaming too much? Everyone just wait and see. If you don't come back for a day, I'll lose if I make a move. The god-slaying spear flew here and there, complaining that Zhu Yan deserves to die too. Why is it here? It was obvious. The beast of misfortune was so famous that even the demon ancestor Rahu, whose name shook the prehistoric times, and the god-slaying spear, who was the world's #1 killer, were extremely wary and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the timing of Zhu Yan's appearance was too frightening. In the midst of the calamity, all of a sudden, this shining star of misfortune, the star of misfortune, was increased by another 3 levels. If it were a normal time, it wouldn't matter if it appeared and caused bad luck. As long as its cultivation was high enough, it wouldn't be life-threatening. But in the midst of the calamity, who could guarantee that? As long as it wasn't a saint, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't die. Although the demon ancestor Rahu was said to be on par with a saint, he wasn't a saint after all. How could he not be wary? In that case, the return of the demon race this time is actually in response to the calamity? Destined to be destroyed? The god-slaying spear asked. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, facing the calamity is already inevitable. The demon race has no divinity, no humanity, no demonic nature, no spirituality, and no mercy. Since it's to clear the calamity, a race like the demon race must be on the list of targets to be eliminated. Moreover, they should be the first target to be eliminated. They shouldn't have returned, but they unexpectedly returned. After returning, they inexplicably took the place of the calamity's first target. They foolishly blocked a blade for others. In the midst of the calamity, they can actually manipulate the situation, using the location of the demon race's return as the starting point to launch an ambush. All kinds of inconceivable things have happened to the demon race. Looking at the situation of clearing the calamity, the demon race, from the moment they returned, it was no different from stepping into the gates of death, into the end of the world. The demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, they're destined to be unable to reverse the situation. The god-slaying spear circled back and forth, as if it was irritated, but also as if it was unwilling to resign to its fate. You don't have to feel indignant. In the vast firmament, there are countless lives and races. The evolution of life and death may take a long time in our eyes, but in the firmament, it's just a snap of the fingers. The demon ancestor Rahu said, a star rises and another dies. A race rises and another dies. This is an unchanging law since time immemorial. The god-slaying spear chirped. Perhaps, only at the level of Tao ancestor can one truly command the firmament. The demon ancestor Rahu sneered, Tao ancestor? He's still far from that. All along, we've known that saints are the pinnacle, and Tao ancestors are the peak above the pinnacle, suppressing the firmament, the end of the Tao. But this time in the galaxy, I deeply feel that. Our cultivation is still but a drop in the ocean, a speck of dust on the ground. What exactly is the true pinnacle? With our current knowledge, we haven't even found the path. The light of the firmament is endless. Where is the end of the Tao? What scenery lies ahead of us? Is still unknown. At this moment, none of my old opponents are here. I'm the only one here. This is already very unusual. How dare I act recklessly and recklessly enter the killing tribulation? Let's not talk about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race. Let's talk about those crazy Zhu Wu from the Umno Alliance. Are they really all dead? As for the Tao League, it's even more nonsense that it's so weak. The 3 pure ones are the most respected saints, but where are they now? Where are their disciples? Until now, none of them have shown themselves, allowing their disciples to be slaughtered and devoured. You can imagine how big their plan is. These people clearly want me, Rahu, to explore the path for them and test the depth of the killing tribulation. How can I do as they wish? Even if we can't avoid entering the tribulation in the end, we have to wait for them to come back together. The demon race can be the scapegoat, but I, Rahu, can't be their vanguard. Want to scheme against me? I'd like to see who is scheming against whom in the end. Demon ancestor Rahu snorted softly, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. The war between the allied forces of the 3 continents and the demon race was long and drawn out. It went on day and night without any rest. Time was like a cold machine that continued to move forward. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. Half a month. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. The number of casualties on both sides was getting more and more shocking. It was a shocking sight. As time went on and the war went on, the demon race's relative disadvantage became more and more obvious. The allied forces of the astral souls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looked like the demon ancestor really wouldn't take action. It was foreseeable that the demon race's army would be blocked out of White Mountain by us. If the demon race didn't retreat, all the elites would be exhausted. It wasn't an illusion that the vast continent behind everyone's backs, that beautiful world, wouldn't be tortured by the demon race anymore. As Changlu and the others who had been tense all this time finally showed a relaxed smile. A feeling of relief flowed through their bodies. They finally brought the war into the most familiar rhythm of the allied forces of the 3 continents. With regards to this kind of protracted battle, everyone was very experienced and familiar with it. Especially the Wu people and the human race of the astral souls. These 2 races had been fighting in this way for tens of thousands of years. It would be strange if they didn't have any experience. Too many warriors had spent their entire lives like this. Now, after a fierce battle, the demon race's army was brought into the rhythm that they were most familiar with. This feeling was very familiar, and even nostalgic. Then, would the demon race adapt? It doesn't matter if you adapt or not, as long as we adapt. Chapter 13:12. Now that the battle mode had been set, they could take turns to sleep and rest their minds. What was this called? Bliss. The strength of Zhuoxiao Duo and the others continued to increase during this period of time, somersaulting and rising. In the beginning, Li Chenglong and the others weren't a match for the demon god. But now, they could fight alone and force the 5 demon monarchs to a draw. It had to be known that although the battle between the 2 sides had only been going on for 3 months, Li Chenglong and the others seemed to have cultivated bitterly for more than 200 years under the support of the void exterminating pagoda. How could it be that their cultivation had broken through again? As time went on, everyone had no choice but to believe that the originally aggressive demon race army that had come with the power to destroy the world was becoming weaker and weaker. These weren't baseless inferences. Instead, there was a large amount of evidence. The truth was right in front of everyone's eyes. making them feel as if they had been given a new lease of life. First of all, through the continuous battles as well as the detection of people who had infiltrated the enemy's rear, the demon race army's losses had already reached a considerable scale. This was definitely not the so-called training of soldiers. The purpose of training soldiers was to improve the combat strength of their own soldiers through fierce battles, but the demons simply didn't have this concept. They only blindly shouted and fought until they died. The most important thing was that the total strength of the demon continent had already been lost by more than 30%. This was an extremely huge number. If this was a conspiracy, a trap, then even Zhuochanglu and the Flood which would lose more than they gained in terms of strategic vision. Up until now, the peak fighting strength of the three continents, apart from the dual Taoists of Fire and Cloud and the Blade Demon, had not been reduced. The only unexpected thing was that the two protectors behind the demon ancestor had suddenly entered the battle. This had caused great waves to appear in the previously stable battle situation, and even posed a great threat. Every time the evil dragon and dark phoenix attacked, Zhuochanglu and the Flood which would have to personally meet them in battle. Otherwise, any line of defense would be broken by them. The evil dragon Dark Phoenix was indeed an ancient almighty. Her battle prowess was ridiculously high. As soon as they met, she was suppressing the Flood Witch and Zhuochanglu. The two of them had almost no strength to fight back and could only barely hold on. Lei Dao, Yu Xingchen, Lei Changtian, Wu Yuding and the others saw that things were not going well. They went up to fight together and finally stabilized the situation. At first, everyone thought that this might be a trap set up by the devil race. They would lure out all the top fighting forces on their side, and then the devil ancestor would launch a sneak attack. He would defeat them one by one and accomplish the mission in one fell swoop. If he was beheaded by the other party, that would be terrible. All of them were extremely nervous. However, the Flood Witch of Zhuochanglu saw that the White Mountain defense line was in danger, and that her soldiers were in danger. She had no choice but to save them, so she could only bite the bullet. However, who would have thought that the demon ancestor, whom everyone had been on guard against, would not show up at all? From the beginning to the end, only the evil dragon and the dark phoenix had joined the battle. Everyone was a little confused. Although the evil dragon and dark phoenix were indeed powerful, they were ridiculously strong. But if it was just the two of them, they wouldn't be afraid. Especially after confirming that the demonic ancestor wouldn't interfere, the situation changed again. The evil dragon and dark phoenix immediately became the targets of siege. Now, it was the allied forces who were silently thinking about the possibility of a beheading operation. Zhuochanglu, Wu Yuding, and Yu Xingchen were in one group, while the Flood, Thunder Taoist, and Lei Changtian were in the other group. It was like two firefighting groups. With the strength of the two guardians, the three of them had to work together to not be at a disadvantage. It was really terrifying to the extreme. The evil dragon and the dark phoenix, back in the days of the Chaos world when the gods and Buddhas were everywhere, were also fierce characters that no one dared to fight against. Now that they were being suppressed, they could not help but be furious. The two of them together were a powerful force that could force the Kunpeng demon master to retreat. Now, they were blocked by a few people who were no more than ants in their eyes. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, they became louder and louder, and came to fight again and again. After being beaten back by a wave, their anger would rise by 30%. After being beaten back again, their anger would rise again. A bunch of ants could actually beat them back? This was simply embarrassing to death. Because everyone was fighting, after this wave of demons was beaten back, the higher-ups who were defending at the back and had the ability to join in the battle naturally rushed over and surrounded the evil dragon and the dark phoenix. Especially the 12 great shamans and the others, they swarmed up like a swarm of bees. They did not care about the rules of the pugilistic world at all. The technique of beating a drowning dog was practiced to the point of perfection. In addition to the original Flood, Zhuochanglu, and the others, how could the evil dragon and the dark phoenix withstand it? They could only retreat in humiliation. This kind of grievance was simply incomparable. In their long lives, when had they ever been humiliated like this? Although there were people on the other side who were heavily injured by the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix's big move every time. Why could they not only survive, but also recover so quickly? Today they were beaten half to death, and the next day, they rushed up energetically. Are you fucking kidding? We are so tired today, and we haven't rested yet tomorrow, but your side is full of health and energy that the more the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix fought, the more depressed they became. After that, they discovered another, even more terrifying thing. That was, the people on the other side seemed to be getting stronger as they fought. After fighting for a day, when they fought again tomorrow, they discovered that the other side seemed to have become a little stronger. Was it an illusion? The day after tomorrow, they became a little stronger. It did not seem to be an illusion. After a few more days. Fuck, they actually became stronger? You guys are already at the zenith heavenly realm, okay? How can you improve so quickly? The increment of your improvement is actually calculated in days? This is not scientific. This is too fantastical. This is too unimaginable, too unimaginable. The more the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix fought, the more they doubted their lives. Could it be that I am the role of a whetstone? The more they thought about it, the more indignant they felt. How can we be the whetstone? During this long battle, the thing that left the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix the most depressed and impressed them the most was, in the chaotic battle, a couple came up to attack them. The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix could tell with a single glance that this couple was the weakest among all the combatants. They definitely had the ability to kill any one of them. Based on this knowledge, the two of them aimed at their target and prepared to kill them in one blow. You want to use us as whetstones? Are you prepared to be broken by us? The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix gritted their teeth and used all their experience to secretly create an opportunity. They made up their minds. The moment they made their move, they had to cause an irrecoverable result. Moreover, they had really found an opportunity to heavily injure this couple at the cost of their own injuries. They had beaten them to the point where it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even their bodies had been shattered, and their dantians had been completely destroyed. They had almost died, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Although the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix had also paid a considerable price, the battle had already started. They had personally killed the highest level of the enemy. Moreover, they had killed two of them at once. Was this not worth celebrating? The two of them were overjoyed. Although they were injured, they laughed wildly and calmly retreated from the enemy's frenzied attacks. However, that night, thunder rumbled in the Allied army's camp. Purple lightning flashed in the sky without stopping for the entire night. That kind of vast heavenly might caused the hearts of all the humans and demons to tremble. Heavenly tribulation. What kind of person was the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix? How could they not know that someone was undergoing tribulation? Something like tribulation. Although they knew that someone in the enemy camp had broken through and was undergoing tribulation, a new powerful opponent was forming, they would not dare to watch. However, the evil dragons and Dark Phoenixes definitely wouldn't join in on the fun. That was because it would be too easy for them to get into trouble. If that person who was undergoing tribulation didn't want to live anymore and chased after them, there would be too much of a chance for them to die. Moreover, they were all ancient powerhouses. They had experienced too many things. At their age, how could they have any curiosity? Moreover, even if there was more than one person undergoing tribulation, at most, there would be two more Zenith Heaven cultivators. It was not a big deal and had nothing to do with the main goal. It did not matter. After the tribulation, could it be that I can't kill you? I am very calm. I am also very elegant. However, when they went to the battlefield the next day, the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix's eyeballs almost popped out. The couple who had been heavily injured yesterday had rushed up again. Moreover, both of them had broken through their original bottleneck and reached the Zenith Heaven realm. Fuck, these two people who were bound to die had actually taken a step forward in their tribulation? Was this really not a joke? This reality that made them gnash their teeth caused the evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix to fly into a rage. They were unable to restrain their anger. They had spent so much effort, purposely showing flaws, and did not hesitate to get injured. They had paid so much to finally heavily injure the two of them. In the end, they had actually helped the other party break through? This was definitely the greatest humiliation they had ever experienced in their lives. The two desolate-era powerhouses had gone crazy. In the battle that day, the evil dragon had directly revealed its evil dragon true body. Tens of thousands of huge bodies had appeared. The Dark Phoenix had even released the Nirvana Hellfire, burning everything in the world. The results of this battle were unprecedentedly glorious. The upper echelons of the Allied army were unable to resist the extreme eruption of the two Xiantian monsters. They retreated in defeat, and several people were injured. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, hellfire soared into the sky. Regardless of whether it was the air or space, everything was burned to pieces. The cracking sound of space shattering like glass rang out continuously. Black holes appeared one after another in the space. Zhuochanglu gave the order, and everyone immediately retreated. The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix chased after them and fought in front of the defensive line. They had the upper hand and were showing off to the extreme. The resentment in Xiao Chen's heart was finally vented to his heart's content. The evil dragon and the Dark Phoenix returned victorious. However, these two old powerhouses felt that something was wrong. The battle was indeed real, and the results were definitely not fake. It was indeed a glorious victory. However, with the spiritual senses of these two top cultivators, they still felt that something was wrong. The evil dragon felt that its evil dragon secret technique, or rather, the power of providence that belonged to the dragon race, was vaguely pulled away when it revealed its true form. Was that why it was pulled away a little? Chapter 13:13. As for the ones that were pulled away, they were almost negligible. Thus, the feeling was very weak. It was faintly discernible. Was it a misconception? Evil Dragon felt that it was too tired. On the other hand, Dark Phoenix also felt that when her Nirvana underworld flame was released, it seemed to have dissipated or been swallowed, but how could there be a creature that could swallow her Nirvana underworld flame? This was clearly an impossible matter. Even if the Demon Emperor's Great Sun True Flame, Ancestor Sorcerer Zhurong True Flame, and Ancestor Dragon Sun Flame, they were only on par with my Nirvana underworld flame, let alone steal my flame. Even if they did, what use would it be unless it was the fusion of all the flames in the world? But she had never seen or heard of such a cultivation technique. It should be a misconception. Dark Phoenix's brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing. No need to care. The two only thought for a moment, but they didn't care. After all, their losses, if they were to say that there was a real loss, it was very, very little. They would be able to recover it in a few breaths of time. What did that count as? Inside the void extinguishing tower, the black three-legged golden crow fell to the ground, its body covered in flames. Its 3 legs were facing the sky, trembling and spitting out flames from its small mouth. Yes, it was spitting out flames. There was also Zhuoxiao Duo, who was with the 3-legged golden crow. It was also facing the sky, twitching in pain and spitting out flames. However, the two of them forced themselves to keep their mouths shut. No matter what, they wouldn't spit it out. What a pity. It wasn't easy to steal such a small amount of underworld flame seed. How could they spit it out? Even if they were burned to death, they wouldn't spit it out. They had to completely digest it. In the end, the two greedy fellows were on fire from head to toe, like 2 candles burning in the sky. They were almost burned to death by the underworld flame. Fortunately, Wu Yuding, who came in later, saved them in an emergency. She put down the north and the south and beat them up violently, forcing them to spit out more than half of the dark fire kindling. Only then did she slowly absorb the rest. Zhuoxiao Duo and Xiao both had the same expression on their faces as they watched the Nirvana Hellfire essence slowly dissipating in the Annihilation Tower. Tears welled up in their eyes and their hearts ached so much that they could not utter a single word. Such a good opportunity. And it was wasted just like that they really couldn't digest it. After all, it was a top-notch flame from a different domain. With their current shallow cultivation, they really couldn't absorb much. The portion that escaped was the portion that they could not bear. It would only cause a backlash from the flames in their bodies, so they could only reluctantly give up. And this decision was made by Wu Yuding on their behalf. Otherwise, with Zhuoxiaoduo's character of plucking the feathers off a swallow, Xiao Xiao would never give up on something that was already in his mouth. How could he let it go so easily? It had to be said that one is marked by the company one keeps. Following Zhuoxiaoduo, Xiao had learned his mother's character, temper, and habits. Wait for next time. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were brimming with tears as he hurriedly refined it. Xiao sighed and groaned, his face full of reluctance and helplessness. He couldn't wait to swallow back what he spat out. The Flood Witch and Zhuochanglu were speechless as they watched from the side. This character. He's really your son. He's so good at plucking feathers off a swallow. His father is stronger than his ancestors. The Flood Witch shook her head and sighed. She couldn't help but marvel at the human genes and sighed in her heart. Zhuochanglu's mouth twitched. He wanted to refute, but he found himself speechless and unable to refute. He could only snort. He thought for a moment and said, "If you want to absorb the primordial flame, you have to plan carefully." Zhuochanglu was gloomy for a moment and began to give his son ideas. "The two of you can't attack openly. Try to force out the nirvana flame and the evil dragon's body more often in the future battles. A little at a time, don't be too obvious. If it's too obvious, the evil dragon and the dark phoenix won't be released. They're all ancient almighty beings. It's too difficult to take advantage of them. You must seize this opportunity." Zhuochanglu educated. "If you can take advantage of them, you must not let go." "Understood, understood." Zhuoxiaoduo and Xiao nodded obediently. The Flood Witch sighed on one side. No wonder they were all like this. With such words and examples. "I'll listen to Grandpa. Grandpa is so good." What? Xiao jumped around with his 3 legs, looking very happy. Hearing the word, Grandpa, the Flood Witch, Zhuochanglu, and Wu Yuding's facial muscles twitched. "Do you know how you're going to die?" the Flood Witch asked Zhuochanglu. Zhuochanglu was confused. "What do you mean? Just tell me if you know or not." "I don't know." "You'll definitely be killed by the Demon Emperor." The Flood Witch said to Zhuochanglu, "I promise, I definitely will." Zhuochanglu looked helpless. "You can't blame me for this. Besides, do you think you can escape? You're also his god-grandfather." The Flood Witch shook his head. "Thank you. I can be this kid's godfather, but I don't dare to be Little Crow's god-grandfather. Although I'm very bold, I don't dare to do it." This was the Flood Witch's heartfelt words. Just thinking about the scene of the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang calling him uncle, the Flood Witch's legs and stomach cramped. His large intestines and small intestines convulsed together. Although he was never one to belittle himself, he was still very aware of his own capabilities. He already felt a little powerless to deal with one of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, let alone the Demon Emperor Dong Huang, who was several levels higher than the evil dragons and dark phoenixes. Standing in front of those two existences as an uncle, the Flood Witch was afraid that he would be beaten into a pulp in the next moment. As for Zhuochanglu, there was no other way. Who asked his son to be the Demon Emperor's 7th prince's mother? He couldn't escape no matter how he wanted to. Thinking of this, the Flood Witch couldn't help but sympathize with him. This guy, his fate. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other. They didn't know what to say, but they still had to put on a smile on their faces. "My grandson is a 3-legged golden crow. My grandson's father is the Demon Emperor. His uncle is Dong Huang. My son is his mother. Why is this scene so discordant? He thought it's really glorious, but who knows the bitterness in my heart? Those of you who are not involved in this matter will never understand how deep our sorrow is. The shadow in our hearts can already envelop 3 continents. Do you know that?" The next day, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes flaunted their might and challenged again. According to the established battle plan, the Flood Witch and the others, who had been diligently cultivating for a year and a half, fought again. It was still a group attack, still a group beating. The evil dragons and dark phoenixes went all out. All kinds of magical techniques and ancient techniques were used. From the sky to the earth, and from the earth to the sky, the fight was exceptionally brilliant and exciting. It had to be said that these two unleashed their full power and really caught everyone off guard. They were in a very sorry state. Yudong Tian Yun Zhonghu by Yun Duo, Boundless Bamboo Mang, Daoist Shuang, and the others who were weaker were all seriously injured and lost the ability to fight. Even Lei Changtian's beard and hair were burned clean by the nirvana flame. His face was full of blisters, and he hurriedly retreated like a big candle. The tragic atmosphere of this battle was almost indescribable. It also made all the experts in the astral souls remember the name of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes this time. Everyone was a little shocked. Facing hundreds of experts from the continent's allied forces, the evil dragons and dark phoenixes came and went as if they were invincible. The demeanor of the ancient experts was fully displayed. Seeing the experts who were famous in the three continents vomiting blood and directly retreating from the battlefield, the allied forces behind felt a chill down their spines. Too savage, too powerful, too domineering. Xiao Long, on the other hand, was extremely leisurely. He was moving around in the sky, looking for an opportunity to take a small bite of the evil dragons and dark phoenixes' luck. That's right, he would only take a small bite every time. He was definitely not greedy. One bite, another bite. Xiao Long chewed slowly, using the word wretched to an unbelievable extent. Xiao was hiding in the front of Zhuoxiaoduo's clothes, peeking out from time to time, waiting for an opportunity. Zhuoxiaoduo was wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier, hiding in a group of sky soar soldiers. He was not far away from the battle between the higher-ups, using his strength that did not exceed the sky soar realm to fight against the devil army. Occasionally, when there was an opportunity, he would immediately tear space and teleport over, opening his mouth together with Xiao and swallowing the scattered nirvana flame into their stomachs. Similarly, he would only take a small bite every time. He would not be greedy. Then he would fight and refine the nirvana flame. During this period, even if there was an opportunity, he would not swallow it. Firstly, he was afraid that he would not be able to endure it. Secondly, he was afraid that the two experts in the battle would notice him. Although Zhuoxiaoduo's cultivation had increased greatly, and he was already at the peak of the three continents, if he really fought against the evil dragons and dark phoenixes, he would definitely die. When the first mouthful of nirvana flame was almost fully digested, he would sneakily bring the three-legged golden crow sun over and take another mouthful. Then he would turn back and continue to refine and fight. In this way, he would swallow 7 to 8 mouthfuls a day. Of course, the actual amount of mouthfuls was so little that the evil dragons and dark phoenixes did not notice it at all. Another day, another battle. They fought from dawn all the way until midnight. After an entire day and night, no one retreated. This battle had been fought to the point of madness. In the end, the flood, which had a rare moment of calmness. With a loud roar, the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was pushed to the highest level, and the potential of her entire body was activated. She led the three doppelgangers to attack the evil dragons without any fear of death. The flood, which unleashed her full strength, and with the help of the three doppelgangers, the 8 hammers smashed down, causing the sky to turn dark. For a moment, the others were unable to interfere. The wind howled, and it was as if billions of ghosts were crying at the same time. The gates of hell opened, and billions of ghosts rushed towards the evil dragons with bared fangs and brandished claws. Chapter 13-14. The evil dragon, who was facing this wave of attacks, was shocked. Even though he was extremely powerful and was known as an immemorial almighty, he was still only able to sever one corpse. He didn't know how many more years he would need to cultivate before he could reach the second level. However, his cultivation base was already at a very, very powerful level. This kind of battle atmosphere was extremely beneficial to him. It was enough to greatly shorten his journey to the second level. However, this Wu people guy in front of him had already reached the third level. Is this a joke? But, if this guy has really severed 3 corpses, why is his cultivation still so weak? More importantly, as someone who has already severed 3 corpses, even if he isn't a sage, he should be on par with 1. Why is he so weak? What is going on? The evil dragon was suspicious, But he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his evil corpse and carefully fought the Great Flood Witch. After a few hundred moves, he finally confirmed that the Great Flood Witch was right. This wasn't the fucking 3 corpses at all. It was just a special secret technique. Maybe he had never seen this kind of secret technique before, but this is definitely not the 3rd level. After confirming this, the evil dragon was so angry that he almost fainted. "You scared the hell out of me. You're actually a fake. How preposterous. I've always been curious." This guy clearly entered the Tao through killing on the battlefield, and this kind of cultivation is the most powerful. If he really severed 3 corpses, how could his combat power be just like this? He's almost as strong as the demon ancestor. I'm afraid I would be smashed into meat paste by his 8 hammers. Even my primordial spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Now he understood. It turned out that it was just for show. It had a form but no substance. Damn, I almost scared the hell out of him. I've been roaming around for tens of thousands of years. Today, I almost peed my pants at thinking about this. The evil dragon couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. He immediately used all his strength and attacked like a crazy demon. However, the members of the wizard tribe had always fought against the heavens and the earth. The stronger they met, the stronger they became. This was especially true for the Great Witch of the Flood. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer danced powerfully, almost smashing a hole in the blue sky. It was as if the Milky Way had turned into a waterfall, and the flood which was right below it. She didn't let a single drop of water fall. Even though he was unavoidably at a disadvantage, his heaven-devouring aura made it seem as if he had the upper hand. He was full of pride. He looked down on everyone. He fought against the world. Facing an opponent like this, the evil dragon was so frustrated that he couldn't say anything. I'm fucking at an advantage, but why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? His cultivation was higher than his opponent's, and his battle prowess was stronger than his opponent's, but his aura was completely suppressed. How could such a strange thing happen in this world? It's not like I haven't fought with the mighty figures of the sorcerer tribe in the past, but I've never been so aggrieved. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He opened his mouth and a long whip flew out. This was the evil dragon's natal weapon. The whip whizzed through the air and turned into countless azure dragons. They roared in the air and surrounded the flood witch, biting and tearing at her. The flood witch roared, and a misty flame suddenly spread out from her body. She condensed her essence energy into flames, and her primordial spirit swallowed the fire of the world. She went against the wind and forcefully resisted the evil dragon's whip. She roared and fought fiercely. At this moment, the flood witch's battle intent filled the sky and swept through the universe. No hero in the world dared to stop her. Evil dragon. The flood witch's 8 hammers became the size of mountains at the same time. She smashed them down crazily and roared, "You fought against Zhu Wu of the Wu people before. Today, how do you think I, flood, compare to the ancestors of the Wu people? Evil dragon. You once fought against the Kuan-Peng. Today, how do you think I, flood, compare to the Kuan-Peng? I don't need your answer, and I don't need to compete with anyone." The flood witch's maniacal laughter shook the world. "I am the flood. I am not anyone else. My life's hope, let me tell you, is to live. I want to live vigorously. Even if I die, I want to die so that the universe will lose its color and the heaven and earth will be moved. Fight, I want to fight until I'm crazy and crazy. I've always valued friendship and kept my promises. I have principles and a bottom line. Therefore, it's easy to find friends in my life. However, it's hard to find a mortal enemy. Today, you, evil dragon, can help me practice my hammer. Ever since I mastered the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, I've never used my full strength. I've never fought to my heart's content. Today, I want to thank you. Let me use my full strength and give it my all." "Great, great." The flood witch laughed maniacally. She was extremely excited and arrogant. She had never talked so much before, and she had never been so crazy. However, at this moment, she was fighting and shouting at the same time. She forgot everything and focused on fighting the strong enemy. She no longer cared about winning or losing. She didn't care about whether she had the upper hand or not. At this moment, she only wanted to use her full strength and even burn her life and soul to fight to her heart's content. Just as she said, it was easy to find friends, but a mortal enemy was hard to find. This sentence might be the opposite for others, but for the Flood Witch, it was extremely appropriate. His demeanor, his persistence, his principles, his promises, and his character. Even if she had a blood feud with him, when the Flood Witch was mentioned, she would only have hatred. There would be no hatred or resentment. If they had the chance to kill the Flood, they wouldn't let it go. However, they wouldn't scold him behind his back. The Flood Witch was such a person. Even if she was an enemy, she had to be respectful and respectful. In this aspect, no one in the 3 continents could compare to her. In this life, she had interpreted the words open and aboveboard to the extreme. At this moment, she opened her arms and fought with all her strength. Her aura was shocking and peerless, and her fighting spirit swept through the universe. Even demon ancestor Rahu and the god-slaying spear, who were watching from the back, opened their eyes at this moment. They were unprecedentedly focused. The god-slaying spear came out with a buzz. What a strong fighting spirit! What a powerful aura! Who is this person? After seeing the 2 sides of the battle clearly, demon ancestor Rahu sighed deeply. As expected of the descendant of Pangu's bloodline. Even though his actual strength is slightly weak, but with such a peerless aura, even the 12 ancestral sorcerers of the past could not compare to him. Or I should say, this aura has only appeared on one person since ancient times. Pangu! With a solemn look in his eyes, Rahu, the ancestor of demons, stared at the great Magus of the Flood, who was fighting fiercely and charging forward with an indomitable will. He sighed softly and said, Magi. Another ancestor of Magi is going to appear in the world. As expected of the war of the great era, another calamity will appear. This rising star of the Wu people is the type that is invincible the moment he appears. This kind of person, as long as he grows up enough, no matter who he faces, he will be invincible. As if agreeing with demon ancestors' words, he took out the evil dragon whip and forced the Flood Witch to condense her essence energy into flames. In front of the evil dragon, which should have been at a disadvantage, the Flood Witch didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, she fought fiercely, and her aura became more and more earth-shaking. It was as if her blood was boiling, and her body was emitting clear flames. The flames became deeper and deeper. In the end, azure flames shot into the sky. Even the 1,000 Souls nightmare hammer was covered in azure flames and burned fiercely. At the end of the battle, the Flood Witch unexpectedly withdrew her 3 clones. She used only her hammers to fight the evil dragon. Come and fight. Come and fight. Come. As they fought to their heart's content, green flames started to appear in their eyes. With a boom, the azure flames rushed out of her eyes like rolling thunder, and she actually managed to deflect the evil dragon whip. The evil dragon was shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, the Flood Witch didn't allow him to retreat at all. Her aura instantly increased tenfold, and she swung her hammers at the evil dragon's tail. She didn't give the evil dragon any chance. Since the beginning of the battle, the great Flood Shaman had been at a disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. He had fought all the way until now, and at this moment he had gradually turned the tables from a disadvantage to a draw. Now, he had even taken the initiative and gained the upper hand. She used offense as defense, and now, she was forcing the evil dragon to retreat. Her aura was getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed like it was going to break through the heavens. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a change could happen. Even the legendary children of destiny rarely dared to brag like this. The other 11 great shamans of the Umno Alliance gathered together and looked at the flood in the sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement, surprise, and tears. Boss has broken through. Boss has broken through to the realm of Zuwu. Boss has finally broken through the last barrier and returned to the realm of our ancestors. God bless our clan, God bless the Wu people. The 11 great shamans were almost crying tears of joy. This feeling was so pure. There was no jealousy or envy, only joy and excitement. Among the 12 great shamans, only the Flood great shaman had such charisma and could do this. If it were another great shaman, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred would have soared to the sky and filled with anger. But now, there was nothing. There was only joy. There was only joy. There was only joy. Compared to the Flood Great Witch, the evil dragon felt more and more uneasy as the fight went on. He felt even more miserable. He knew what kind of opponent he was facing. He was facing a lunatic. And he was facing an extreme lunatic who didn't care about anything. Anyone, including the sages, would be most fearful of an opponent who was almost on par with them. Or rather, the thing that scared them the most was that their opponent was a lunatic. There was no reason to talk about it, and there was no pattern to follow. There was also no saying that everyone could counter each other's attacks as they came. If you hit me, I'll hit you back. If you hit me, I won't dodge. But since you hit me, your attack will definitely wear off. At least, your strength won't be at its peak. Then, you won't be able to dodge my attack. Let's see who can't hold on first. This kind of lunatic was the most annoying. Chapter 13-15. Meeting such an opponent was the most tragic thing for an expert. But Xie Long's current situation was even more tragic than that. Because this lunatic had broken through in the middle of the battle. And the reason for the breakthrough was because Xie Long had beaten him into a frenzy. What the hell was going on? As a Xiantian life form, an ancient expert, and an ancient expert, Xie Long had seen all kinds of opponents and fought all kinds of battles. Even if he was at a disadvantage, it wasn't rare for him to be in a life and death situation. But today's battle was the most humiliating, the most speechless, the most tragic, the most helpless. And the one that made him want to curse the most. This opponent, this junior, should have been unable to break through. Although he was Zhu Wu's direct descendant, he hadn't truly ignited his bloodline. He was still a few small realms away. But after I beat him up, I beat him into a frenzy. I beat him into a frenzy. He was forced to break through because of me. What the fuck do I have to reason with? Xie Long felt that from this moment onwards, his name would go down in history, and he would become a legendary figure that couldn't be missed in the history books. What's more, he was a clown-like antagonist. In the future, whenever someone mentioned Xie Long, they would probably laugh so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Oh, it's that idiot. I know. When this guy fought with the other party couldn't beat him. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. In the end, this guy beat the other party into a frenzy and broke through. After breaking through, Xie Long couldn't beat the other party and was chased and beaten up. What a weirdo in the ancient world. The more Xie Long thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. This daddy was an invincible expert of a generation, second only to the demon ancestor in the demon race. But now, he had become a joke. Thus, he became even more anxious and wanted to turn things around. No matter what, he couldn't become a joke. But the more he struggled, the more excited the Flood Witch became. The bloodline of the ancestral which became more and more lively, burning and expanding in all the blood vessels in his body. That the more he fought, the more satisfied he felt. The more he fought, the more comfortable and satisfied he felt. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Great. Great. Haha. Today I know that this is Zhu Wu's ultimate realm. Ha. The Flood Witch waved her twin hammers even more excitedly as she laughed heartily. Today, after fighting the evil dragon, I know that the witch's blood is red. I have broken through the human world's path and reached the highest peak. The evil dragon felt dizzy and almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was really finished. This reputation could not be washed away no matter what. Because this lunatic had actually composed a poem at this moment. It was clearly a biographical poem. Regardless of whether it was written without any literary talent or was a mess, it was written when he broke through to the ancestral wizard. No matter how messy it would be recorded in the history books and remembered by all the members of the wizard race. It would be eaten by the wizards. He believed that the future generations would be able to decipher countless profound meanings from these nonsensical sentences and treat them as classics. However, in return, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame along with this poem. Every time this poem was mentioned, someone's eyes would light up and they would laugh. I know this poem. It was recited when the flood which broke through Zhu Wu's ultimate realm and fought the evil dragon. Come, let me tell you in detail. It's a very stupid story, and it's very, very interesting. The evil dragon knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the case. Regardless of whether the demon race won or lost, there was no escape from this record. Phew. The evil dragon roared in grief and anger. The evil dragon whip exploded and he retreated tens of thousands of feet. He roared angrily, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why the hell did you recite a poem?" As he said this, he felt even more wronged. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He said furiously, "Nonsensical. No literary talent. Pretentious. Despicable. Shameless and despicable. Dirty bastard. Reciting a poem in a battle. Do you have any shame?" The flood which was stunned. She had been immersed in her cultivation and did not notice what she had said or done. When she heard what the evil dragon said, she could not help but feel puzzled. She scratched her head with the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer and said, "What? I recited a poem? What poem did I recite? What poem did I recite?" The evil dragon roared in grief and anger, "You don't know what you recited? You're asking me? Do you want me to recite it for you again?" The flood which was even more stunned. She did not know what was going on. "Even if I recited a poem, what does it have to do with you? Why are you feeling wronged? You're an ancient almighty, where's your self-restraint? The demons are indeed a race with weird brain circuits that even if I recited a poem seriously, he would almost cry. And even vomit blood. How incomprehensible, how astonishing." A voice sounded from below. "Evil dragon, you can't recite a poem because you're uncultured, and you dare to mock a cultured person. Do you have any shame? My godfather is the Wu people's reclusive literary genius. What's wrong with reciting a poem? Isn't it appropriate and logical?" The person who spoke was naturally Zhuxiaoduo. When the evil dragon spat out blood, Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up. He immediately went invisible and collected the blood into the Tower of Annihilation. That was the blood essence of the evil dragon's heart. It was something that he had never seen before. After collecting the blood and taking advantage of the situation, he heard the evil dragon scolding the flood witch. Zhuxiaoduo knew that his godfather would not scold people or talk back, so he decided to talk back to the evil dragon himself. The flood witch was a little confused. Cultured person? Reclusive literary genius? Is he talking about me? Today's matter was so strange. What the hell was going on? Zhuxiaoduo's sudden words were like adding oil to the fire. The evil dragon roared angrily, his body trembled, and his eyes turned red. He suddenly turned around and left with the evil dragon's whip. The flood witch shouted, "You're leaving just like that?" The evil dragon suddenly turned around. His heart felt like it was going to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want?" The flood witch said angrily, "You and I are enemies. No matter what, isn't this the right thing to do?" The evil dragon froze in place. "What the fuck? What you said makes so much sense that I don't know what to say." Dark Phoenix clasped her hands behind her back and created a sea of flames between the evil dragon and flood with her nirvana flame. She stood in the middle of the sea of flames and indifferently said, "Flood, you have already ruined the evil dragon's reputation. What more do you want? Let's stop fighting for today." Great Flood which was stunned, and he felt wronged in his heart. What did I do? Did I ruin the reputation of the evil dragon? Don't you know that your words are ambiguous? Before, it was the evil dragon that was suppressing me. Now, I've finally managed to turn things around. But now that you've said those words, I don't feel that the evil dragon's reputation is good, but I feel that my reputation is bad. That everyone knows that. The evil dragon is a male. I'm also a male. Watch your words. the flood witch scolded. Even if you're seniors, you can't slander a good person. Slander a good person. Dark Phoenix was stunned. She was puzzled by the flood witch's reaction. What the fuck? Did I just slander you? The evil dragon behind him spat out another mouthful of blood, then turned into a gust of wind and flew away without even looking back. Damn, this brat is not only a lunatic, he's also an idiot. My illustrious reputation was actually ruined by such a person. Truly, this is even more frightening than death. Dark Phoenix frowned. She looked down and coldly said, "Brat over there, you've already stolen a mouthful of blood from the evil dragon's heart. Since we're enemies, I won't say anything. But now, you actually want to steal my Nirvana underworld flame? Your guts aren't small." Dark Phoenix was a meticulous person. Since Xiaoduo hadn't said anything, she hadn't noticed anything strange. But after that shout, she had locked onto Xiaoduo's movements. Naturally, she had discovered that after that brat had put away the evil dragon's blood, he had sneakily snuck under the Nirvana underworld flame and opened his mouth to eat the flames. Moreover, he had swallowed 2 flames he actually dared to steal right under her nose. Dark Phoenix found it both funny and annoying. It was really rare to see such an audacious little fellow. Xiaoduo laughed and his body flashed, hiding behind the flood witch. Senior Dark Phoenix's eyes are truly sharp. I admire you, haha. He awkwardly laughed 3 times and then turned around to leave. Dark Phoenix was furious. Leave my heavenly flame essence behind. The flood witch turned around. What's wrong with a junior eating your fire? He's still a child. Dark Phoenix. Do you know how shameless your words are? At this time, the Zhu Yan appeared in the sky under Xiaoduo's instructions. It cupped its hands and respectfully said, "Lady Dark Phoenix, you said that today's battle would end here. Why don't we stop here?" The Zhu Yan actually didn't understand why Xiaoduo wanted it to say these words. But it didn't dare to go against the little master's words. Moreover, among the 3 continents, only it had a bit of relationship with Dark Phoenix. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. Dark Phoenix's originally graceful face froze when she saw the Zhu Yan. Then she was bewildered and her eyes widened. "You are Zhu Yan?" In that instant, her expression changed as if she had seen a ghost. The Zhu Yan didn't have this kind of awareness because it had always felt that it was innocent. "I'm not the beast of misfortune. That's because others wrongly accused me. Of all those things, which one of them was I the one who took the initiative to do? So I'm purely the scapegoat." Thus, it cupped its hands and bowed. "Lady Dark Phoenix, long time no see. This little critter has missed you. Seeing that you're still as elegant as before, this little critter is very happy for you. Scram. Who wants to see you? Happy your sister." Chapter 13:16. Dark Phoenix cursed angrily, her face changing. Zhu Yan felt wronged. Don't talk. I'm leaving." Dark Phoenix disappeared in a flash. Her speed was so fast that even the demon ancestor, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but open his eyes wide. So fast. Zhu Yan looked in the direction Dark Phoenix left in disappointment. He said with grief and indignation, "I'm really not the beast of misfortune. Those were all people who wronged me." The flood witch rolled her eyes. Without saying a word, she turned around and left. "I can't stay with this guy for too long. It's too dangerous." This battle ended once again. From 4:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the morning. Both sides had lost countless people, and many of the higher-ups were heavily injured. The 5 demon monarchs of the demon clan were heavily injured, and 2 of the 10 great demon gods were killed. One of them was attacked by Li Chenglong. Then, Pai Yibao, who had no sense of existence, shot down and killed the enemy with 1 arrow. The arrow went from the top of his head to the bottom of his pants, creating a big hole in the ground. Then, the few of them swarmed forward and shattered his physical body, demonic essence, and soul. Little White and Little Jiao's yin-yang halo enveloped the entire battlefield. With a spin, the Fian Celestial's soul disappeared. God-slaying spear Yen Shirsi smacked his lips in the space of the annihilating space tower. Now, he finally had a physical body. I'm already very powerful. Let's see who dares to call me a water gun. He didn't know when Yenshursi started to be called a water gun because he couldn't fight. Yenshursi was very angry about this. Water gun? What's wrong with a water gun? Did a water gun eat your rice? Did I want to make a water gun? Didn't I want to do something else? I haven't grown up yet, really. But now, I've started to grow up. I even have hair. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, look at the demon hair on my spear. I'll be able to kill the enemy and see red. At that time, I'll scare you to death. Then, the battle strangely came to a halt. The morale of the Allied forces was greatly boosted, and they celebrated joyfully. The Flood Witch's breakthrough was definitely a heart-strengthening drug. It made everyone see the hope of victory. The cheers almost reached the clouds. The demons, on the other hand, were completely different. The morale of the demons plummeted as they watched their two pillars successively succumb to the demonic path. The evil dragon was beaten to the point where it was on the verge of tears, and the demon horde saw it all, although the demon horde didn't know what was going on with Lord Evil Dragon. Why was he suddenly forced into a stalemate when he had the absolute advantage? Then he fell into a disadvantageous position and fled in the end. However, their morale had also collapsed along with Lord Evil Dragon's defeat. The black demons retreated like a tide. The construction of the demon race's camp was also very strange and different from the rest. Many of them had tents covering large pits, and some had even dug a hole with dozens of tents squeezed inside. And one of the consequences of this was that all kinds of flavors were mixed together. When one of them farted, there were at least dozens of people cursing together. The smell of feet, sweat, and farts mixed together. Of course, there was also the smell of food that many demons were holding large basins and eating with relish in such an environment. The high-level commanders of the demon race all knelt in front of the cave where Rahu the demon ancestor was in seclusion. The cave had already been sealed by the demon ancestor, and even the evil dragons and dark phoenixes couldn't enter. Ancestor, please act. All of the commanders of the demon race knelt down and kowtowed, begging in unison. At this point, they could already tell that if demon ancestor Rahu didn't act, there would be no hope of victory at all. They had just returned when they were attacked head-on. Millions of demons had been killed in an instant, and countless civilians had suffered the same fate. Tens of millions of demons had died in the Plague Coast's attack, and tens of millions had died in the Tao League's crazy battle at Sky Wolf Pass for 20 days, and tens of millions had died there. Now they had come to the White Mountains where people had been frozen to death. After fighting for so long, not only had they not taken down a single mountain, hundreds of millions of demons had already died here forever. If they had all died to weapons, it would have been fine. After all, it was unavoidable for generals to die in battle, and it wasn't a big deal for soldiers to die in battle. However, so many of them had died from poison that this caused many of the demons who liked to eat corpses to die from poison as well. This was simply an endless stream of poison. Everyone was speechless. Although the demon race still had more soldiers than the Allied army, they could still fight. However, it was useless. There was only a battle range of a few thousand miles. They didn't need many people at all. The demon race didn't have any modern weapons, but the Allied army had quite a few. Their long-range attacks rained down like rain every day. The various bombs that could destroy ordinary people and forests indiscriminately landed on the demon race's army in a large area. However, they only exploded and didn't cause much damage. That after all, the toughness of a cultivator's body had long surpassed the damage limit of these conventional artillery weapons. However, they wouldn't use these when the war started. Instead, they would only use artillery to plow the ground at the beginning of the war. We don't want to kill or injure. We only want to disturb the enemy and prevent them from resting. That's enough, that's enough. This situation continued until another batch of weapons arrived. On this day, the logistics team at the rear delivered 400,000 sets of individual combat weapons. As for this type of weapon, the person who delivered it said that its inventor, Great Master Ji, had given this cannon a name, Little Duo Cannon. Xiao Duo's cannon. When they heard the name of this new weapon, the billions of soldiers in the Allied army all cramped up in confusion. What kind of name was this? It really caused people's imagination to run wild. Then, another explosive piece of news began to circulate. It was said that the minister's only son, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and the creator of this Xiaoduo's canon, Great Master Ji, had known each other for a long time. They were so close that they could wear the same pants. Therefore, after Great Master Ji created this powerful weapon, he didn't hesitate to name it after his lifelong friend. Of course, these were all just rumors. Whether the relationship between the two was good to this extent or not, or even better than this, was a matter of opinion. But at least this name was enough to make people want to study Zhuo Xiaoduo. What if it wasn't just the same name, but the same body? Especially a few shamans who were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. They blocked Zhuo Xiaoduo and began to demand, "Take it off. Let us uncles see how big your cannon is." "I won't take it off even if I die." Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally swore to die and almost caused a fight. That these stories were all recorded in the history books. After all, the Xiaoduo's canon was really popular. It left its name in the annals of history and was immortalized for thousands of years. From the first day this Xiaoduo's canon appeared on the battlefield, the Allied army was shocked to discover. The power of this Xiaoduo's canon was really shocking. It was completely insane and horrifying. The power that was shot out through this Xiaoduo's canon was extremely concentrated. To what extent was it concentrated? Roughly, as long as it was shot out, it was equivalent to the full power attack of a return to mystical realm cultivator. And it was an extremely sharp attack with a clear target. Firearms couldn't do anything to the demons and cause substantial damage. But the Xiaoduo's canon was able to accurately hit demons below the middle level of return to mystical realm. As long as it hit, it was enough to cause penetrative damage. If it hit the chest, it would leave a transparent hole. If it hit the leg, it would directly cause the leg to be gone. Compared to the large-scale explosive firearms, the power was more than 1,000 times more concentrated. And the biggest advantage of the Xiaoduo's canon was that it could be operated by one person. The process was very simple and easy to grasp. Such a convenient and easy-to-use single-soldier weapon was more than just sending charcoal in snowy weather. It was simply a life-saving divine weapon that could affect the outcome of a battle. Zhuo Changlu immediately ordered the entire army to commend Ji Weiran and confer him the rank of brigadier general. He would enjoy the treatment of a major general. He would be given a house and bodyguards. All kinds of benefits would be given according to the highest level. There was only one request: to fully produce the Xiaoduo's canon. Finally, it was tactfully suggested that the name Xiaoduo's canon was too inelegant. It was suggested that it be changed. Zhuo Changlu really couldn't stand it. Because the Xiaoduo's canon was too easy to use, it had become a new popular phrase. Even with the thick skin of the Sky Patrol minister, he more or less felt a little embarrassed. After receiving the news, the military headquarters meticulously carried out the arrangements according to the minister's instructions. Ji Weiran instantly became the key figure of the entire Astral Souls. After a few days of research, the name Xiaoduo's canon was changed. It was changed to Sky Patrol Spear. It was recorded and announced to the entire nation. When Zhuo Changlu heard this name, he directly smashed a cup. What should I do if I feel even more ashamed that the other high-ranking officials were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen? Old Zhuo, you're not being nice. How can you even steal your own son's credit? Is it necessary? Is it really necessary? Of course, the Flood Great Witch was the only one who dared to speak like this. The Great Witch, who had always been serious, laughed until his whole body trembled, but he forced himself to hold back and couldn't help but say, "This is your son." Zhuo Changlu was furious. "I didn't steal it. He. Everyone chuckled and burst into laughter. When Yu Dongtian was about to laugh, he suddenly realized and hurriedly shut his mouth. But it was too late. He was directly beaten up by Zhuo Changlu. "You motherfucker, how dare you!" Of course, although the name was changed to Sky Patrol Spear, the name Xiaoduo's canon could only be spread in private. But thousands of years later, The name Xiao Duo's cannon was much more famous than Sky Patrol Spear. With the Sky Patrol Spear, the Alliance Army's advantage was increasing. The rear supported with all their strength. They worked overtime, day and night to make the Sky Patrol Spear to support the front line as much as possible. Every few days, Guan Shanhe would bring a big bag of space rings to Xiao Duo to deliver the goods. Chapter 1317. Apart from the hundreds of billions of Tianji orders that Guan Shanhe had sent over, there was also the Astral Soul's jade powder that had been collected from the entire continent. The Allied army's strength was rising day by day, and they were becoming more and more powerful. As for the demon race, they were in a gloomy mood. Because, no matter how much the demon race begged, demon ancestor Rahu did not appear. He did not even say a single word. It was clear that he did not want to participate in the battle. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix personally came to visit the demon ancestor. After a few hours, the demon ancestor finally said something. The saints have not returned, so we cannot act. Stall for time and wait for the wind to come. Then he did not say anything else. But just this sentence alone was enough to make the situation clear. At least, Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix understood. Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix sighed. They knew that the demon ancestor would not act and would just sit and watch. Because of this, the two felt more and more worried, and they had a bad feeling. Demon ancestor's words have a deep meaning. How could I not know about ancestor's fear? This is a killing tribulation, a great tribulation of heaven and earth. But now, only ancestor has appeared among the leaders of the various clans in the universe. According to the ancient legends of the human clan, those who stand out will rot first. Yes, that's why the demon ancestor is afraid. He feels that he has been schemed against. At least before those people appear, the demon ancestor will not act. Even if all the demon race is dead, he will not move. I think so too. Sigh. Now that I think about it, the whole process of this return is strange. Where are those people at the peak now? Thinking about it, it's terrifying. The two looked at each other, and they could not help but feel regret. They regretted not listening to the demon ancestor's words and recklessly entering the battle. But now it was useless to regret. Once they entered the battle, they would be in a calamity. It would be difficult to escape until the calamity ended. The two discussed for a while and decided to change their strategy from offense to defense. They had already conquered the Tao League and obtained a large amount of resources, enough for the demons to rest and recuperate for a long time. This was especially true for the Tao League. Unlike the Astral Souls or the Umno Alliance, they were constantly on the warpath, and their resources were greatly depleted. There were also countless Astral Souls jade mines in the mountains and forests, and resources were constantly falling from the sky. In addition, the original demon continent gradually began to share the chi of the ancestral land, and together, it was developing in a good direction. The demons who had two continents in their hands. Why did they have to be so greedy and occupy the land of the Umno Alliance of Astral Souls? They might as well retreat and defend for a while before deciding what to do next. As long as he waited for those elites to return, he believed that Demon Alpha would be willing to show up. Then he would have more confidence. He believed that when that time came, everything would be clearer. The two of them quickly made a decision. However, after making the decision, they looked at each other, feeling dejected and ashamed. There's no other way. In the midst of the calamity, since we can't succeed in one go, we can only be cautious. That's right. Otherwise, when the demons return, we will have exhausted too much strength. How will we deal with them? That's all for later. What I'm worried about now is the other party. The other party might not agree. Let's talk first. Thus, Dark Phoenix personally came to the front line of White Mountain and met with the Flood Witch and Zhuanglu. She proposed a temporary truce and both sides made peace. When the storm rises again, we will fight to the death. Hearing this proposal, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Taoist Thunder naturally expressed his disagreement. His eyes were red as he sneered, "You want to fight and you want to fight? You want to make peace and you want to make peace? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? Dark Phoenix crossed her arms and said indifferently, if you want to continue fighting, we will naturally accompany you. The reason we proposed a temporary truce is not because we are afraid of you, but because we want the ancestral land to recuperate and wait for the arrival of our old enemy so that we can fight. If you don't care, then we don't care either. We will continue fighting. In the previous battle, we attacked and you defended. If we didn't attack, would you have dared to attack? Dark Phoenix raised her head and proudly said, the Wu people fought against the heavens and the earth. My demon race is the same. Moreover, my demon race is different from the Wu people. We don't care about our own lives, so we naturally don't care about the lives of our subordinates. We don't care about the lives of the common people. All lives are nothing but ants, nothing more than grass. His entire body was overflowing with an aura of extermination. He disdainfully said, dying in war has always been the inevitable result of a game. The collapse of the entire continent is nothing more than a game to us. And this kind of game. Junior, we can afford to play, but can you afford to play? Taoist Thunder's face paled. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute. He wanted to loudly refute. He was confident that his words would be impassioned and thought-provoking, but just as Dark Phoenix said, the demon race could afford to play, but the allied army couldn't. He couldn't bear such a heavy burden. In the beginning, demon ancestor Rahu led his left and right protectors, 9 demon monarchs, and 3,000 demon gods to roam the world. Later on, they died one by one. Now, only the left and right protectors were left. 8 demon monarchs and 19 demon gods were basically all dead. But these fellows never felt sad. They didn't care about it at all. When there were many of us, we were like this. Now that we are all dead, we are still like this. We will not mourn anything, nor will we be sentimental about anything. Living beings need to mourn or feel sentimental about food. Don't you feel awkward? We can do it. Even if the entire demon race is wiped out and only the demon ancestor and a few of us are left, as long as we are still alive, it doesn't matter. Didn't we live like this? But can you humans do it? Can you bear to? Can you give up on those who depend on you? Hearing this, the 5 swords of the Tao League were speechless. Zhuochanglu coughed and said, Lady Dark Phoenix, we understand what you mean. But there is one point that we must take this opportunity to mention. You came to negotiate peace. No matter how you look at it, it means that you don't care. At this moment, you don't want the demon race to die out. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come. On the other hand, if all the demon race died out and only you and the demon ancestor remained, the target would become smaller. At that time, the ones who would be in trouble would be us. Because we would have to be on guard all the time, unable to eat or sleep in peace. On the other hand, you can do whatever you want. But you still care. That's why you came to negotiate peace. This point is undeniable. Zhuochanglu smiled and asked, Does Lady Dark Phoenix think so? Dark Phoenix narrowed her eyes and indifferently said, That's right. Although we don't care about the lives of the demon race, but if it isn't necessary, we don't have to kill them all. Zhuochanglu indifferently said, That way, you, who took the initiative to negotiate peace, are the weaker side. This is an undeniable reality, isn't it? Dark Phoenix was silent for a long time before she finally said, Yes. If you have any conditions, you should quickly raise them. If we can't accept them, we'll just fight to the death. If we can accept them, we'll stop fighting for a while. Zhuochanglu said, Since you took the initiative to ask for a ceasefire, we must compensate you. This is a matter of course. Just say it. We will consider it carefully. But I hope you won't ask for too much. The first condition is that the people of the Tao League continent that are still alive must be sent to us, Zhuochanglu said. Dark Phoenix had an extremely unsightly expression as she said, This is definitely out of the question. But how can there be any living people? They have already been eaten clean. Dark Phoenix couldn't say it out loud. The resources of the places occupied by the demon race are secondary. Flesh and blood are the most important. Cough, not only the living, but also the corpses of the dead. They are all food. Taoist Thunder flew into a rage and said, So eating people makes you very proud. Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Taoist Thunder with dissatisfaction and arrogance. She indifferently said, "This junior of the three clear lineage. I feel that your attitude is too agitated. You have to clearly see what kind of people you are facing." Dark Phoenix lectured, "You are facing the demon race, and the demon race is not the human race. The demon race doesn't have your so-called humanity. It's natural for the demon race to eat people. It's just like how you humans eat chicken, duck, fish, spirit beast, devil beast, and monster beast meat every day. What is there to be angry about? When you enjoy the delicacies cooked from beast meat, have you ever considered the anger of the wives and children of those beasts? You haven't, right? You haven't, right? Then, when the demon race eats people and swallows them, what are you angry about?" Dark Phoenix indifferently said, "It's just food, that's all." According to the Baldies of the Western religious sect, even wild vegetables and weeds have spirituality and life. Every grain of spiritual rice that you eat is a life. Even the mouthful of water that you drink will cause the death of hundreds of millions of creatures in the mouthful of water. The survival system of the demon race is completely different from that of the Wu people. We don't have the corresponding concept that you think is right. The purpose of eating people is only to fill our stomachs. As long as it's edible, as long as it's tasty, we'll eat it. What's there to eat? Furthermore, if the food is strong enough, like how you humans hunt demon beasts but are instead killed by demon beasts, or how we can't break through the human defense line for a long time. It's the same principle. If we talk about anger, whether we should or not, or if we should go against the natural cycle of reincarnation, those are all bullshit to the demon race. Chapter 13:18. Dark Phoenix spoke frankly and confidently in front of the experts of the three continents. His expression was arrogant, and he spoke with a condescending tone. He rarely spoke so much, but at this moment he couldn't help but spit it out. His words were filled with ridicule and ridicule. This Taoist. Who was he trying to impress by acting like a grandson? What were you so excited about? This was simply incomprehensible and unreasonable. This was just a war between races. If you don't even understand the basic rules of the world, then what is the point of cultivating the Tao and cultivating the heart? Dark Phoenix spoke with confidence and conviction. He gently shook his finger and lightly said, "You are using the ethics and morals of humans to measure the demon race and even restrain the demon race. How absurd!" When his words fell into the ears of the ordinary human race, they were naturally absurd, but from the perspective of the demon race, they were a matter of course, a wise statement. And at this moment, many of the higher-ups of the Allied forces were nodding in agreement. This was because this was a race that didn't have humanity. If you were to talk about grief, indignation, benevolence, righteousness, and morality with them, wouldn't that be too stupid? Different races had completely different standpoints. There was no meaning in discussing the Tao. If you killed a school of small fish and wanted to eat them, wouldn't you find it absurd if a school of big fish came up and argued with you about whether you should kill the fish and eat the fish? At this time, a crisp voice asked, "Senior Dark Phoenix, may I ask what the rules of the world are?" Dark Phoenix raised his head and saw that the person who asked the question was a beautiful girl in plain clothes. Her appearance was like a painting, and her temperament was cold and bone-chilling. She was like an immortal from the 9 heavens, untainted by the mortal world. The one who spoke was Zhuxiaoyan. Dark Phoenix's eyes flickered with bewilderment, and she didn't say anything for a dozen seconds. She was silent for a long time as she stared at Zhuxiaoyan. After a long time, she didn't answer Zhuxiaoyan's question. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Zhuqianglu faintly said, "Lady Dark Phoenix, this is my daughter, Zhuxiaoyan. She's still young and doesn't know etiquette." Seeing that Senior Dark Phoenix is knowledgeable, she rashly asked, "I hope that Senior Dark Phoenix won't blame her." Dark Phoenix shook her head and smiled. "It's not strange, it's not strange. I can see that your daughter's spirit is clear and her bones are exquisite. She is truly a proud daughter of heaven. Brother Zhua is truly blessed." Ever since Dark Phoenix had entered, Although he had come to negotiate, he had been arrogant and condescending. It was as if he didn't place anyone in the 3 armies of the 3 continents in his eyes. This was naturally due to the pride of the ancient experts. But at this moment, she actually called Zhuo Changlu Brother Zhuo and praised him for his good fortune. Even Zhuo Zhanglu almost felt overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Everyone else was also flabbergasted. Why did Dark Phoenix suddenly become so polite? Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Wasn't this attitude change a bit too fast? Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He thought, could it be that this old hoodlum has taken a fancy to my wife? Damn, I can't say anything. He took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan, blocking her. Then, he said protectively, many thanks for Lord Dark Phoenix's praise of my wife. It seems that Lord Dark Phoenix's eyesight is only slightly inferior to mine. This action immediately caused everyone present to not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone present was old and experienced. How could they not see through Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts? They secretly thought that this brat's jealousy was too great. What kind of person was Dark Phoenix? Besides, they were all from different races. They were just putting on a show and casually praising each other. Most of them were just giving Zhuo Zhanglu some face and easing the tension between them. But this brat actually took it seriously. Who knew what kind of evil vinegar he ate? Hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's interruption, Dark Phoenix's pupils suddenly shrank. A ball of nether flames flickered in her eyes. Her eyes were like a bottomless pool, like the boundless night sky. She stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face and softly asked, Your wife? Is there even a need to ask? Zhuo Xiaoduo stuck out his chest, a proud look on his face. She's my legal wife. So what? Dark Phoenix glared at him. Married? In the bridal chamber? Nonsense, we've been married for 60 or 70 years. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Dark Phoenix's eyes flashed. Do you have children? Zhuo Xiaoduo flew into a rage. What are you asking so many questions for? Is this something you should be asking? Dark Phoenix nodded and sneered. I don't think you have the ability. These sudden and unexpected words made Zhuo Xiaoduo angry. He said, I don't have the ability. What does that mean? Motherfucker. This is simply the greatest insult to me in my life, and it can't be any worse. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his fist with a bang. I, the Iron Fist young master, want to fight with you. Everyone was speechless. They all looked up at the sky. This guy really dared. It was clear that he was very familiar with the past deeds of the young master, Zhuo Xiaoduo. But taking 10,000 steps back, do you think you can fool people with your Iron Fist young master title? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Dark Phoenix's temper was exceptionally good. He smiled and said, I've always been frank and outspoken. When I say that you don't have the ability, I don't mean anything else. But if you haven't cut off all your filth, you won't be able to do it even if you have the heart. You can only sigh helplessly. How about? He paused and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan in bewilderment. Perhaps I was mistaken. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's hearts suddenly moved. They subconsciously looked at each other. Wu Yuding smiled and said, Lord Dark Phoenix still hasn't answered my daughter's question. We are also waiting for Senior's opinion. However, he changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Dark Phoenix took a deep breath and said, the so-called rules of heaven and earth are nothing more than 4 words. The weak are prey to the strong. After saying that, he felt that his words were too general. He patiently explained. In other words, the human race is the survival of the fittest. For example, human food includes poultry, wild beasts, chicken, duck, fish, sheep, horses, cattle, pigs, and even powerful beasts, spirit beasts, and demonic beasts. In the end, the reason is that humans are stronger than those on the plate. Those races can only be eaten. On the other hand, if the cattle race is the strongest in the world, then humans will be reduced to cattle food. This logic is simple to say, but it is the truth. Think about it. You humans have been eating each other since the beginning of time. No matter if you are in the Jianghu or living your life at home, there will always be conflicts, grudges, competitions, and adaptations to avoid. Isn't killing or being killed in the pugilistic world another kind of situation where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest in the workplace where the strong preys on the weak? Isn't it the survival of the fittest? In social situations, one needs to look up to others, or need to flatter and lower oneself, or be high up and give pointers. It is also the survival of the fittest. In short, it is these 4 words. The strong don't need to have any misgivings. Only the weak need to weigh everything. This is the rules of heaven and earth. It is also the law of survival. Dark Phoenix looked at Zhuo Duo behind Zhuo Xiaoyan and said indifferently, "For example, I came here to negotiate today because I know that you will make a choice. You won't disregard everything and choose to fight to the death. This is where my confidence lies. Therefore, I can accept your conditions, or I can reject them. If we were in different positions, you humans would be the weaker party. If you want to make peace, we demons would most likely not agree. Because you humans need to consider the big picture and have many misgivings. You don't forget to make a choice at all times. But we demons only follow our hearts and do things. We only have misgivings about whether we can survive or not. We don't care about anything else." From this point, it can be said that we live honestly, but it can also be said that we haven't evolved as well as you. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, gains and losses. "So that's how it is," Zhuo Xiaoyan muttered. Then she lowered her head and bowed. "I've learned something." Dark Phoenix took a step back and said, "There's no need to be polite. Since we've come here today, we should be frank and honest. This is fate." Everyone was at a loss. Dark Phoenix's change in attitude was truly baffling. She was completely different from the arrogant and despotic person she was when she first came in. She was even more graceful and elegant than them. Dark Phoenix turned her head and looked at Zhuo Changlu. "Brother Zhuo, if you have any conditions for this peace negotiation, you can say them. As long as I can make the decision, I won't refuse." "Conditions?" Zhuo Changlu also had a toothache. "What conditions can we have? The Tao League has already been wiped out by you. Moreover, there's no place to defend. Even if we ask you to withdraw and you agree, the people of the Tao League won't dare to return." Dark Phoenix said that the demons treated humans as food on their plate. It was already their nature and not something that could be restrained by a contract. Without the protection of a geographical advantage, how could ordinary people survive? Withdraw thousands of miles and live in peace. With the White Mountain as the boundary, we won't invade each other. Zhuo Changlu, the Flood Witch, Taoist Thunder, and the others discussed and proposed this condition. As for extorting resources, Zhuo Changlu didn't even mention it. Everyone had seen the poor appearance of the demons. How could these guys have any wealth to speak of? "No problem." Dark Phoenix agreed without hesitation. Both sides clapped their hands and made an oath. Then, out of courtesy, Zhuo Zhanglu casually invited, "Lady Dark Phoenix is a guest from afar. For us to be able to gather here is truly fate. How about we drink here before returning?" This sentence was said in a very casual and polite manner. Everyone was listening carefully because they all believed that Dark Phoenix definitely wouldn't agree. This was just a form of verbal politeness and hypocrisy. That was all. But Dark Phoenix's next action made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. That was because Dark Phoenix had happily agreed. "Okay." Chapter 1319. Dark Phoenix smiled. "I've long heard that the food of the human race is unrivaled in the universe. Today, we are fated to meet, so how can we miss this opportunity? While we're at it, I'll also take this opportunity to get drunk with my enemies. This is a special experience worth recalling in my life." He agreed. He actually agreed. Everyone almost went crazy. "Do you know what you agreed to? That's our headquarters. You just agreed to sit here and drink with us. All of us, all of the peak experts of the 3 continents are here. Are you still a powerhouse of the Great Desolate Era? How can you not cherish your own life?" Among everyone, only Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were deep in thought. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo was filled with vigilance. In his heart, an inexplicable feeling of irritation was growing. Lei Changtian whispered behind Zhuo Changlu, urging, he actually dared to agree. Let him taste the power of the Zhuo family's banquet. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. The demon race is so poor. This dark phoenix protector probably only has his own flesh and bones worth a bit of money left. What can we squeeze out of him? Besides, Dark Phoenix doesn't care if others accept our treatment. Lei Changtian thought for a bit and said dejectedly, that's true. But Zhuo Changlu, Lei Changtian, and the others didn't expect this. Before Dark Phoenix entered the banquet, there was still a gift. As an enemy, it's unavoidable to be afraid of attending a banquet rashly. No matter what, I'm still an elder. I obtained a hairpin a few years ago. I'll give it to my niece. After saying that, she took out a shiny silver hairpin. It looked very ordinary. Zhuo Changlu didn't decline and let Zhuo Xiaoyan accept it with a smile. Countless experts only glanced at it and secretly curled their lips. The demon race was really poor that the majestic Dark Phoenix had actually gifted such a silver hairpin. And in front of so many people at that. She had truly lost all the face she had accumulated in her 8 lifetimes. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan took the hairpin and felt a sense of familiarity. She liked it very much and put it in her hair. Her beautiful hair was like a cloud. When the hairpin was inserted, only a small part of her head was left, shining with silver light. Dark Phoenix took a glance and laughed. Truly beautiful. Everyone's intestines twitched. You're a shameless bastard, aren't you? What was the point of praising him? However, he also began to find it strange. The minister had a son and a daughter, but this guy only sent one of them. But Dark Phoenix didn't mention this matter again, and everyone was too embarrassed to say anything. She was too poor, and if she brought it up again, she might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then, everyone took their seats. Everyone thought that Dark Phoenix had stayed behind for some other purpose, such as spying on the military situation or finding out if they had regained contact with the real experts that they had lost contact with. But from start to finish, Dark Phoenix only ate and drank to her heart's content, exclaiming in admiration as she ate and drank. Her mouth never stopped. Not only that, but before leaving she even stretched out her hand to ask for something. Give me some of your wine, give me some more. And these dishes, give me 100 or so portions of each dish. I want to pack them up. Tell the chef to make as much as possible. I can wait, the more the better. Zhuo Changlu naturally wouldn't be stingy with this request. He directly ordered the cooks of the allied forces to work overtime for an hour and put all the food they made into Dark Phoenix's spatial ring. Then, he also gave her several thousand jugs of wine. Lady Dark Phoenix is an honored guest, so some food is nothing. Whenever you are in the mood, you can come and take it. Although we will have a life and death battle sooner or later, this request isn't a big deal. Just treat it as fate that brought us together today. Great! Dark Phoenix laughed heartily. Not only had she eaten and drank to her heart's content, she had also returned from a rewarding trip. Before leaving, she grabbed Zhuo Changlu's arm and sent him a sound transmission in a drunken manner. Brother Zhuo, I really envy your family. You have a son, a daughter-in-law, a daughter, and a son-in-law. You have them all. Life in this world is perfect. It has already reached the pinnacle. However, when the moon is full, it loses. When the water is full, it overflows. If you don't receive the sea or the heavens, you will still be found by regret. If there is a day when Brother Zhuo has any questions, you can come and find me. This is fate that brought us together today. Of course, if Brother Zhuo can solve it yourself, that would be for the best. Ha ha. Dark Phoenix howled with laughter and shouted, Great! Great! Today, I tasted the wondrous taste of wine and drank it to my heart's content. I have one more thing to rely on in my life. This trip was not in vain, not in vain. She took a step and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away. In the next instant, a ball of flame rose in the sky and Dark Phoenix's roar came from the distance. Retreat! The demon army rapidly retreated like a receding tide. The demon army had suffered repeated setbacks and suffered heavy losses. Especially after seeing Evil Dragon and Dark Phoenix enter the battle, they weren't able to gain much advantage. Instead, they suffered setbacks and ran away crying. Their momentum had long since declined. Although the demon army didn't fear death, they were still living creatures in the end. If they could live, they wouldn't be willing to leave this beautiful world for nothing. Although they hadn't experienced the beauty of the Tao League before, they were still moved by it. Rather than fighting to the death here, they might as well return to the vast land they had just conquered and enjoy the fruits of war. Heavy snow swirled in the air and the night wind was cold. Zhuanglu stood in the wind and snow. He looked at the clear night sky and felt an inexplicable chill all over his body. There was a strange feeling of bone-chilling coldness. With his current cultivation, the cold and heat couldn't invade him. He really shouldn't have such a feeling. Wu Yuding slowly stepped forward and reached out to hold her husband's arm. She could clearly feel Zhuanglu's heartbeat beating like a drum. It was abnormally fast. "What did Dark Phoenix say to you?" Wu Yuding asked. Zhuanglu faintly smiled. "Nothing." As a man and a husband, Zhuanglu habitually buried things in his heart. Wu Yuding faintly smiled. "It's related to Nyener, right? Is it related to the Phoenix race?" Zhuanglu coughed and bitterly smiled. Dark Phoenix didn't say it clearly. But from what I heard, there was a lot of meaning. Combined with her Phoenix race background, I'm afraid there will be a lot of things in the future. Wu Yuding narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean?" "You also saw Dark Phoenix's reaction. Didn't you see anything?" Zhuanglu took a deep breath and said, "So, I didn't ask." Wu Yuding nodded. Yes, she understood, so she didn't ask. Only by knowing everything would one be able to move forward. If he knew what was going on now and knew what kind of expert he was about to face, he might not even have the courage to continue cultivating and fight back. These words were definitely not a joke. The more one knew, the more one would realize how little they knew and how small they were. It was never just a saying. To give a simple example, if the two of them knew that they were facing the Tao ancestors' schemes, they would definitely feel powerless and unable to continue. There is still time. Zhuanglu took a deep breath. With the addition of the Void Extermination Pagoda, we still have time and hope. There is no need to scare ourselves. Wu Yuding sighed. The Void Extermination Pagoda is a huge variable, but it still has its limitations. For example, after Flood broke through Zhu Wu's End Realm, he can no longer enter the Void Extermination Pagoda. If he forcefully enters, it will cause the Void Extermination Pagoda to collapse. Even if we still have time, we can only cultivate to the half-saint realm like Flood. If we want to go further, we can only cultivate in the outside world. If we can really reach the half-saint realm like Flood, wouldn't we be satisfied? Zhuanglu smiled faintly. In my opinion, if we can reach the half-saint realm, it will be enough to deal with most of the problems. Wu people, what level of existence was Zhu Wu in the past? It is already a great fortune for us to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. If we go further into the half-saint realm, we will need more accumulation and comprehension. After that, we will need a huge amount of merit as a foundation. With our merits of protecting the continent for so many years, we will definitely have the merit of saving the world. Zhuanglu smiled. So you and I still have a high chance of becoming the strongest existence. Wu Yuding took a deep breath. That is why I said time. Zhuanglu smiled. He turned to look at the nervous Xiaoduo and said, "If you ask me, the one who has the highest chance of reaching the saint realm in our family is Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo's current progress is not slower than us. If Xiaoduo really grows up, he will be our pillar." Wu Yuding also turned to look at him without batting an eyelid. He is still young and inexperienced. This kid is already panicking. After all, he is still a child. He lacks the experience of time. Then, let him work hard to fight for his life first. Don't remind him for the time being. This brat still has the intention of lying down and needs a huge amount of pressure to add to his body. We are now in a weak position, which is actually a good thing. If we really destroy the demon race, I'm afraid he will continue to lie down and never get up again. Wu Yuding nodded. That's right. This guy is too comfortable right now. Just as they were talking, Xiaoduo walked over and anxiously asked, "Dad, Mom, there is something wrong with Dark Phoenix. Did you notice anything?" Zhuanglu was taken aback. What's wrong? Zhuo Duo was anxious. Then what did you and Mom discuss just now? Zhuanglu pondered for a moment and said, there is no harm in telling you. The demon race's sudden peace talk is clearly not in line with the habits of the legendary demon race. I suspect that there is something fishy about this. Zhuo Duo was startled. Just this? Just this? How can you say such a thing? Zhuanglu was displeased. This is a matter of life and death for billions of people. Any movement of the demon race is worthy of our vigilance. Zhuo Duo opened his eyes wide and said anxiously, Dad, Mom, I feel that Dark Phoenix seems to have some thoughts about Nian Cat. Chapter 1320. Zhuanglu opened his eyes wide. After a long while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud. You little brat. You are really indulging in fantasy. Dark Phoenix. What kind of person is that? It has already transcended the needs of ordinary species. You really don't have any reason to be jealous. Zhuo Duo anxiously scratched his head. Finally, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Dad, Mom, how could I not know that Dark Phoenix is an almighty being from ancient times? But Nian Cat. Actually, I have long suspected Nian Cat's origin. Nian Cat's soul has traces of ice flames. That is ice flames, Dad. Zhuanglu frowned and said thoughtfully, Ice flames? The legendary phoenix race, the ice flames of heavenly phoenix sovereign? That's right, Dad. You don't know, but when I discovered it, I was shocked. I was so scared. Wu Yuding frowned. That's not right. Your dad and I didn't discover it, so how did you discover it? Besides, with your insignificant cultivation and shallow experience, how could you know what ice flames are and not something else? Zhuo Duo puffed and puffed. He winked at them for a long time before finally stuttering, this. Cough, the secret of the boudoir. Dad, Mom, you two don't have to ask about it in such detail, right? Zhuanglu glared and was about to hit him. But he was stopped by Wu Yuding. Nonsense. Zhuanglu said angrily. You're thinking too much. You're still young, so don't be so jealous. What secret of the boudoir? What nonsense. Scram back and cultivate properly. Don't think about such nonsense every day. Nian Cat was raised by your mom and me. With our experience, what don't we know? What don't we see? Are we inferior to you? With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left. Wu Yuding also smiled bitterly as she poked Zhuoduo's forehead with her finger. What are you thinking about every day? Can't you do something more serious? Before he could finish his sentence, he had already left with Zhuanglu. Zhuo Duo was speechless. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? As Zhuoyan's husband, he boasted that he was the closest person to her in the world. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Duo was more familiar with Zhuoyan than his own parents. Once, during dual cultivation, the two of them fell into a miraculous state where they forgot themselves. It was during that time that Zhuo Duo accidentally discovered the terrifying ice flame hidden in Zhuoyan's body. That indescribable power caused even his essence fire art to tremble. However, Zhuoyan herself did not notice that the ice flame and the primordial fire had formed a subtle fusion. Water and fire complemented each other, and the fusion of ice and fire resulted in a terrifying cultivation speed. The same circulatory cycle was more than 10 times faster than ordinary dual cultivation. However, that kind of situation would only occur when both parties were in bliss. It would not appear at all during normal times. It was extremely rare that it could not be controlled. Therefore, Zhuo Duo worked harder and harder. However, because Zhuo Duo worked harder and harder, Zhuoyan became more and more afraid. Zhuo Duo investigated for a long time and made his own guesses. He vaguely determined that the ice flame was the supreme inheritance of the divine Phoenix clan. Even the primordial Phoenix, who dominated the world back then, did not cultivate the complete ice flame 9 heavens. Mom and Dad don't believe me. It seems that I'm the only one who can protect Nian Cat. Zhuo Duo sighed and inexplicably thought of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit in Phoenix City. Nyen Nyen Cat, I will definitely protect you. Cultivate. Cultivate. I want to become stronger. No matter what Nyen Nyen Cat's identity is, she only has one identity now, and that is my wife. Zhuoxiao Duo began to struggle once more. Dark Phoenix's attitude made Zhuoxiao Duo feel a great sense of crisis. He had to actively deal with it and do his best to deal with it. Zhuoxiao Duo hardened his heart. If Nyen Nyen Cat is a trap set up by the Phoenix clan. If I'm not strong enough, I won't even be able to compete with her. I've been a single dog for so many years and finally found a wife that I'm satisfied with. The two of them have only been together for a few days. How can I let her go so easily? No matter who it is, if they dare to have ideas about my wife, I'll fight them to the death. Zhuoxiao Duo gnashed his teeth in anger. Looking in the direction Dark Phoenix left, Zhuoxiao Duo's eyes flickered. From start to finish, Zhuoxiao Duo had never suspected that Dark Phoenix had any lust for Zhuoxiaonian. What he was worried about was not this point. There must be another reason. What Zhuoxiao Duo was worried about was the scheme of some ancient powerhouse. This was the knife that hung in his heart. It could be considered an explanation for his many misconceptions. But what was going on? This matter had to be made clear. He didn't know what was going on, but his heart was always hanging in the air. He felt uncomfortable and paranoid every day. It was unbearable. Following the retreat of the demon army, the defensive line regained its peace. The higher-ups held meetings almost every day. There were too many follow-up matters that needed to be discussed before they could make a decision. After all, the retreat of the demon army was not only strange but also abrupt. It caught the three continents unprepared and they were at a loss. How could they suddenly relax like this? Right now, the allied forces of the three continents were undoubtedly strong and powerful. Experts were as common as clouds, and geniuses were constantly emerging. It could be said that they were filled with dazzling generals and talented people. There were also special talents like Ji Weiran who had developed targeted weapons and turned the situation around. It could be said that the situation was in their favor. But the higher-ups knew that they had only just survived a crisis. If the continents returned one after another, the so-called peace would be short-lived and would disappear in the blink of an eye. Following the fierce battle between the allied forces of the three continents and the demon army, 6 months had passed. There was less than half a year left. According to what Zhuoxiao Duo said, the demon clan would return in a large scale in a year. Now, 6 months had already passed. Taking everything into account, there were at most 6 months left. Time was extremely tight. And where would the demon race return from? This was an answer that the upper echelons of the three continents desperately wanted to know. This was an answer that could be fatal. Zhuochanglu once secretly asked the guiding light, Zhu Yan, "Brother Zhu, your performance in this battle was outstanding. You are worthy of being an immemorial giant. The higher-ups are prepared to give you a long vacation. Look around the ancestral land, where do you like to play? Even the demon continent. If Brother Zhu wants to go, I can help you. There will be no obstruction." In the end, Zhu Yan shook his head honestly and said, "I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. This place makes me feel the most comfortable." This answer made Zhuochanglu very depressed. "You're fucking staying here? This is the most comfortable place. Doesn't that mean that the demon race will attack here first? Is there really no other place you like to go? I heard that the demon continent is quite fun. Don't you want to go there for a stroll?" "No, that place is barren. What's so fun about it?" Zhu Yan didn't want to move at all. He really liked the current atmosphere. There was no ostracism, no disdain, and no disdain. There was only seamless cooperation and tacit understanding. He could peacefully hand over his juniors to his comrades. This was an intimate feeling that he had never experienced in his life. Even though the battle had just ended, Zhu Yan was still reluctant to leave this place. He planned to stay here for a while. Even if it was 300 to 500 years, it wouldn't be too long. Zhuochanglu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you plan to stay here for a long time, doesn't that mean that the demon race will definitely return? This was extremely bad news, alright. However, Zhuochanglu's distress was quickly dispelled. This was because the Tao League was starting to cause trouble again. Compared to the human race's Umno alliance, they were extremely dissatisfied with the demon race's retreat. There was great hatred between them. How could they let it go so easily? The entire Tao League continent had now become the demon race's territory. Billions of lives had been lost to the demon race. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless soldiers were bathed in blood on the battlefield. That this hatred was huge, and there was no way to resolve it. If it was only limited to war, it would be fine. Generals would inevitably die on the battlefield. This had been the case since ancient times. However, the demon race ate humans. Dying in battle was understandable, but being eaten, how could it be forgiven? The hatred was off the charts. There was no way to resolve it. After the demon race retreated, the Tao League formed countless small teams to chase after them. This was the result of the Tao League's higher-ups trying their best to stop them. Otherwise, the hundreds of millions of troops under the Tao League would have all chased after them. That at this time, Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding had experienced many fierce battles with the evil dragons and dark phoenixes. The bottleneck that was originally at the peak had loosened. Now they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Because of this, when they entered the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate again, the space around them became unstable. This indirectly proved that breakthroughs like the Flood which could no longer cultivate with the help of the Tower of Annihilation. Similarly, because of Zhuochanglu and his wife's example, the higher-ups stopped cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, no matter how good the cultivation environment was, it was meaningless to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Only by fated encounters, a moment of enlightenment, and the experience of blood and fire could one complete the breakthrough. Zhuoxiao Duo led a team that was not enough. Like a small team of the Tao League, they plunged into the original Tao League continent, which was now the demon race's territory. Experience, battle, enrichment, stability. This was Zhuoxiaoduo's goal. One of his goals. Zhuoxiaoduo's current goal was still to collect luck points, collect demon souls, and devour demon aura. While allowing Bai and Jiao to grow faster, he also allowed Yan Shirsi to obtain the fastest resources for growth. That every day, Zhuoxiaoduo would crazily throw out a large number of heavenly secret orders. He felt the luck points dropping continuously, the space changing continuously, and Xiao Long, Bai, Jiao, Yan Shirsi, Xiao, and the others becoming stronger and stronger. That there was also the Wahuang sword recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1321. Zhuoxiaoduo's mood was getting better and better, and he felt more and more confident. Especially when he felt that his and Zhuoxiaonian's cultivation was also advancing step by step, gradually approaching the peak of primordial origin and then beyond it. They started the most familiar process of compressing their real essence again. And every time they did so, they would have a new feeling of enlightenment again and again. That it was a kind of transcendence and relaxation after the extreme pain. It seemed that every time the door to the Great Tao was about to open, and the subtle feeling that it was no longer unbreakable and was on the verge of collapse. At this point, no matter if it was pure cultivation, sparring, or dual cultivation, it was difficult to feel any obvious increase in strength. Cough, cough. Although the feeling of enjoyment and pleasure was still increasing, making Zhuoxiao Duo unable to get tired of it, it had little effect on the advancement of his cultivation. After all, the shortcut of dual cultivation was only useful for a certain cultivation level, or rather, it was relatively effective. It was absolutely impossible to reach the peak just by dual cultivation or plucking yin to replenish yang and plucking yang to replenish yin. That was completely impossible. If one could become a sage just by doing this, then, wouldn't it mean that one could just find more wives and pluck them day and night? At least for Zhuoxiaonian and Zhuoxiao Duo, they had already passed the period of rapid progress and miraculous fulfillment. But the difference was that other people might have to spend hundreds or thousands of years to pass this period, but Zhuoxiao Duo and his wife only used less than a year in the real world. Even if the time in the Tower of Annihilation was the standard, it was still less than 30 years. After all, a large part of this period was occupied by Flood, Bing Ming, and other high-level people. These people had sharp ears and eyes. With Zhuoxiaoduo's shallow cultivation, the soundproof enchantment set up by him was almost useless to them. Zhuoxiaoduo hated it bitterly, and Zhuoxiaonian had one more reasonable reason to reject Zhuoxiaoduo. That what was the point of being eavesdropped on every day? No, I'll just cut him off. In this way, the time and opportunities for dual cultivation were greatly reduced. However, it was still dozens of times faster than the average person. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo still had a lot of potential when it came to dual cultivation. The simplest and most crude method was to trigger the ice flame during the dual cultivation, and they could once again enter the high-speed period of their dreams, the high-speed road. Even though he didn't know how to enter or how long the high-speed period would last. However, with hope in front of them, they should at least give it a try. Every bit of benefit counted. Now that the war was fierce and dangerous, there was no time to waste. And part of the reason why Zhuoxiaoduo ran out was because of this hope. Because Zhuoxiaonian was shy by nature, she would not be able to let go of anything if there was even the slightest disturbance or concern in her heart. As long as Zhuoxiaonian did not let go, no matter how hard Zhuoxiaoduo tried, he would not be able to trigger the ice flame. That maybe there would be other ways in the future, but at least for now, Zhuoxiaoduo really did not find any other way that would work. Based on this most basic need, Zhuoxiaoduo found a reason to run out together with the Dao League's counterattack. Of course, the reason he found was extremely noble: to destroy the devil race, to avenge the people who died tragically in the Dao League, and for the justice of heaven and earth. This slogan caused countless cultivators of the Dao Alliance to be moved to tears. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others were completely miserable because of Zhuoxiaoduo's arbitrary decision. Hai Hunshan, Sha Diao, the Thunder Cat, Jin Shuijing, Hong Xiaoniu, and the others were also miserable. Now, as long as Zhuoxiaoduo had time, he would come out for a meeting. There was no other purpose in the meeting except for one thing: excitement. Well, to put it more clearly, Zhuoxiaoduo used the most vicious and unbearable words to stimulate everyone's emotions. All of you have to work harder. Sigh, I'm too embarrassed to say this. Tell me, were all of you raised by shit and urine? Forget about Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others. They come from humble backgrounds, have shallow foundations, and are weak. It's understandable. But all of you from the Umno Alliance are the descendants of the great wizards, the direct descendants. Don't you always talk about how pure your bloodline is and how glorious your ancestors are? Look at your cultivation strength and combat strength. Aren't you ashamed? I'm just asking, don't you feel even a little bit ashamed in your hearts? You don't have time, trash. The devil race has returned, and the tragedy of the Dao League is right in front of us. The monster race is about to return too. Don't tell me that all of you want to become the monster race's feces and continue to feed your descendants. How long has it been? How come your cultivation strength has only improved so little? I've already provided you with such a good environment and atmosphere. Do you want to come in and play, fight the landlord, every day? Why don't all of you die? Hai Hunshan and the others felt wronged. Who played fight the landlord? Ever since they came in, they were either scolded or beaten. Then, they were cultivating, doing closed-door training, and practicing. How could they have time to play, fight the landlord? They didn't even have time to think about girls. Not to mention, fight the landlord. What are all of you looking at? Do you want to quibble and say that I've wronged you? Thundercat, you're actually developing real estate. And you, Hai Hunshan, I heard that you've been idling around every day. When you're at home, you go to a young widow's house every day to chat. Your ambition is obvious. Now, you're not even active in your cultivation. What a scandal! Thundercat and Hai Hunshan's eyes were burning with anger. They almost wanted to tear this guy into pieces and swallow him bit by bit. This bastard was ruining other people's reputation. Fortunately, this guy changed his target. And you guys, I thought about it just now. How can I just say that you guys are okay? Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, you guys are my classmates. We grew up together and we've only been cultivating for a few days. But you guys who have already started cultivating are so much worse than me. Even if I'm more hardworking than you, more talented than you, smarter than you, and more handsome than you, the gap shouldn't be so big. Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Li Chengming, Xiang Chong, you guys have found wives, but you don't want to improve. What's wrong with you guys? I've also found a wife. Why am I still improving so fast? Can't you guys do the same? And you 3 single dogs, Gao Qiaoer, Zhen Piapiao, and Pai Yibao. Others who have found wives have some legitimate reasons to slack off. What's wrong with you 3 single dogs? As single dogs, how can you not improve? How can you find a partner in the future? Gao Qiaoer and Zhen Piapiao gritted their teeth. Although the 2 women had an unusually good impression of Zuoxiao duo, at this moment, they only had the impulse to rush up and bite him to death. This bastard was really too despicable. If this bastard had a divinity, this guy would definitely be the supreme god. There was no doubt that he would be the supreme god. Throughout the ages, it was hard to find a bastard who was qualified to compete with him. It had to be said that under the indiscriminate attack of Zuoxiaoduo's poisonous tongue, everyone's cultivation rose rapidly, and their combat power also seemed to be rolling up. In the end, everyone came to a common idea. I'm not doing this to become stronger, nor for the safety of the continent, nor to save the common people. I'm not even doing this to be able to turn around and beat that bastard up. This dream is too unrealistic, and I've already given up on it. I'm just doing this so that I can be scolded less by this bastard. It's too mean. For this purpose, as long as I can achieve it, I'm willing to train to death for 10 lifetimes. I'll take a step back and go all out. For a time, the craze for training soared to a point that even the few great shamans were shocked to see it. However, Zuoxiaoduo still had his poisonous tongue and ridiculed them every day, and he never stopped being dishonest. Every day, he went out to kill demons and launched sneak attacks. Then, when the other party's experts appeared, he would bring people back to hide and train. After training for a night, he would go out again. Well, now, one night was equivalent to the difference in the flow of time of a year. With the current cultivation of Zuoxiaoduo and the others, it was impossible for them to gather the strength of everyone. If they joined forces to attack from all sides, perhaps even the evil dragon and dark phoenix would be no match for them. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. In particular, Zhuo Zhanglu had repeatedly warned him that he should avoid killing the true peak combat power of the demon race if he could. As a result, even if Zuoxiaoduo and the others had the strength to fight and could even win, they were still far from being able to kill the evil dragon and dark phoenix. Furthermore, with such an order, Zuoxiaoduo could only. I'll let them go first. Time passed by slowly. Zuoxiaonian had already suppressed her cultivation to the peak of the primordial chaos realm and suppressed her quintessential yuan for 51 times, while Zuoxiaoduo had also suppressed his quintessential yuan for 75 times. However, the speed of their cultivation this time was completely different from their previous experiences. The 2 of them were still unable to sense the limit of their current cultivation, and even the comprehension of breaking through to the grand heavenly realm. If it were anyone else, they would have been anxious and their state of mind would not be able to calm down. However, Zuoxiaoduo and his wife were not anxious at all. It was a good thing that they could not sense the other side of their cultivation. They could suppress it a few more times. When their cultivation reached the limit and they could no longer suppress it, that would be the moment of their breakthrough. There was no need to be anxious. In fact, it was not just Zuoxiaoduo and his wife. Li Chenglong and the others were also stuck at this juncture. Although everyone had different accumulations, foundations, and combat strengths, they were all stuck at the same place. If I can't pass it, you can't pass it either. As for Hai Hunshan and the others, they were all stuck at the Dao integration stage and breaking through to the primordial chaos realm, although the number of times they suppressed it was too little. The only exception was an exceptionally miserable fellow, Hong Xiaonyo. He had 2 large sarcomas on his forehead, and people called him Second Sarcoma Hong. Chapter 1322. No one knew if Hong Xiaonyo's character was bad or he was too ugly. In any case, he was stuck at the bottleneck of the flying heavens realm. This gap was a little too terrifying. Everyone else was stuck at the mixed essence level, Why was he the only one stuck at the flying heavens realm? This was extremely embarrassing. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the Umno Alliance's first great wizard, the Flood Witch. Adat Hong Xiaonyo was so anxious that the 2 tumors on his head were about to explode. However, he could not break through. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Hong Xiaonyo's cultivation could not break through. However, for some reason, perhaps because he was anxious, the 2 tumors on his forehead were growing in a straight line. They were evolving towards becoming horns. No one knew if there was a secret behind it, or if he had stopped cultivating and could not advance any further. That the tumors were growing longer and brighter. Perhaps one day, Hong Xiaonyo's cultivation could not break through. However, these tumors could directly break through and become horns. By then, they would not be called Hong Jiao anymore. They should be called Hong Jiao? However, after everyone was stuck, Zhuoxiaoduo's poisonous tongue finally came to an end. Because everyone had a reason to criticize him, and it was a reason full of mockery. We thought you had broken through that, so you did not break through too? Hadat, aren't you the same as us? Who is stronger than who? They were amazed. No one knew where he got the cheek to criticize others for their slow progress when no one had broken through. TSK, how thick-skinned. After being criticized so many times, even if Zhuoxiaoduo lost his temper and beat everyone up many times, he could not stop himself. Finally, Bich's mouth quieted down. The geniuses from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls high-fived and celebrated. They were elated, as if they had won an unprecedented great victory. That night, they opened the wine, prepared the dishes, and ate and drank to their heart's content. According to the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation, that this was the first time they drank wine in hundreds of years. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Awesome! I've finally subdued this little bitch. This was the phrase that everyone said the most and repeated the most. Zhuoxiaoduo was very angry. He pulled Zhuoxiaoyan away. We're not going to join your filthy party. There will be a day when I will get back at him with interest. Just you wait, I'll definitely be back. After spitting out a bunch of useless and angry words, he dragged Zhuoxiaoyan back to his courtyard in a huff. Why are you angry? Zhu asked. Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly and said, they're just joking. Plus, they can't beat you. If they could, you would've. Cough, so don't take it to heart. Zhuoxiaoduo heaved a long sigh and almost shed tears. He said, tell me, aren't all my actions for their own good? Their cultivation had increased, and the increase was so obvious. Who would benefit from it? Wouldn't all the benefits belong to them? Why are you doing this to me? How can you bear to do this? Where's the justice in heaven? Heartless heaven, why do you have to make fun of me, a loyal and righteous person? His eyes were filled with tears, like a pear blossom in the rain. His heart was filled with sorrow, as if he was very sad. Am I wrong? I'm selfless. I'm doing this for the continent. I'm doing this for the people in the world. He continued to speak as if he had been wronged. At the same time, he held Zhuoxiaoyan in his arms and sighed. Tell me, why doesn't anyone understand my good intentions? It's so obvious. Zhuoxiaoyan comforted him softly, don't be sad. Maybe you're too subtle, so no one noticed. Or maybe some of your actions are so deep in people's hearts that they can't help but ignore your original intention. Zhuoxiaoduo said sadly, now even you have to say that. I'm so pitiful. There's no one to comfort me. Zhuoxiaoyan said sadly, you still have me, don't you? You're my wife. Humph, anyway, I just feel unlucky. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed and said sadly, if you comfort me, isn't it the same as me comforting myself? Zhuoxiaoyan was annoyed and amused at the same time. Then what do you want? Zhuoxiaoduo said sadly, there's nothing to be happy about now. Last time, you didn't agree to what I said to you. Zhuoxiaoyan suddenly blushed. You. Zhuoxiaoduo said sadly, it's okay. I know you won't agree. I just said it. Hey, I'm going to lie down for a while. I'm so tired. His sad tone made Zhuoxiaoyan even more distressed. She bit her lips and hesitated for a long time. Then she said, it's not that I don't agree. It's so embarrassing. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. I know. Forget it. After saying that, he walked out. His back looked especially bleak. Zhuoxiaoyan only felt an indescribable pain in her heart. She couldn't help but call out, Xiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo stopped but didn't look back. What's wrong? This was a critical moment. Victory or defeat depended on this. Zhuoxiaoduo tried hard to maintain his disappointment and bleakness. He stood alone at the door. His heart was beating wildly and he was looking forward to it. If Zhuoxiaoyan was in front of him, she would see that this guy's face was red with excitement and his eyes were shining like a hungry wolf. I promise. Once. Zhuoxiaoyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito. But only once. Really? Zhuoxiaoduo turned around like a whirlwind. Yes. You promised. You promised. Haha. Zhuoxiaoduo had already rushed up to her like lightning. He waved his left hand. Forbidden enchantment barrier. He waved his right hand. Soundproof enchantment barrier. In an instant, Xiao, Bai, Jiao and the others were thrown out. Then whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of enchantments were set up one after another. And these actions didn't delay Zhuoxiaoduo for even half a second. He rushed to Zhuoxiaoyan and hugged her. My good wife. Come. Let's. That night, as expected, Zhuoxiaoduo triggered the icy flames in Zhuoxiaoyan's body. As the icy flames continued to burn, Zhuoxiaoduo's primordial fire art began to fuse with it. Flaming Sun Sutra, Grand Sun True Fire, Zhurong True Fire, Primordial Fire, and the Dark Phoenix's Nirvana Dark Flame. These 5 types of flames were scattered in a picturesque manner. They gradually began to interact with the icy flames. Water and fire complemented each other, yin and yang converged. Zhuoxiaoyan's Moon Soul Sutra and Snow Phoenix Divine Phoenix art turned into icy flames bit by bit. Then, they were ignited by the Nirvana Dark Flame, creating a prairie fire that then, they continued to circulate in the two's bodies. Zhuoxiaoduo's flames and Zhuoxiaoyan's extreme cold continued to circulate in their bodies. One moment, they were burning hot. The next moment, they were freezing cold. Later, the cold and the heat slowly intertwined at the flames that could melt gold and iron and incinerate everything, and the cold that could freeze heaven and earth and the starry sky. In the end, they really complemented each other. Ice and fire converged, fusing seamlessly that the fusion of ice and fire slowly circulated in the two's bodies. It was neither fast nor slow, and the cold and heat were unusually gentle. Time passed by bit. The two were immersed in this strange atmosphere, completely forgetting the passage of time. Their thoughts seemed to be completely out of control. One after another, dreams came one after another. The two entered the dream at the same time. In the dream world, their lives, reincarnations, came one after another. In the dream, the tides rose and fell, flowers bloomed and fell, life grew old, illness and death in the dream, and the world changed. The two hugged each other to sleep, falling into a deep sleep. At this time, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, they would not be able to sense it after a long time. Zhuoxiaoduo had not appeared for over a month due to the accelerated time flow of the Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong and the others were not worried. After all, at their cultivation level, going into seclusion for a month or two was the most ordinary thing. Even going into seclusion for a year or two was too common. What was that saying again? Living in an atmosphere that was difficult for you to understand in the past. It was the same for high-level cultivators. Finally, after 3 months, Zhuoxiaoduo slowly woke up in that special realm. When the two woke up, they suddenly realized that their bodies had undergone a strange change. Their skin had become crystal clear like jade, or it should be said that it had completely turned into jade. On the surface of their bodies, there were sparkling light spots constantly flowing and flickering on the surface of their bodies. Then they merged into the air and disappeared. The two of them were like fireflies burning in the starry sky, constantly emitting light spots and constantly disappearing. That was the last impurities in their bodies, in their marrow, in their meridians, and even in their brains were evaporating little by little. What the two of them did not know was that in the sky above their courtyard, a snow-white shadow of an ice phoenix suddenly appeared. Although it was snow-white and spotless, under the illumination of the light, one could clearly feel all the beautiful colors in this world that could be imagined. The snow-white phoenix moved slowly in the sky. It walked slowly, calmly, and elegantly. If Xiao Duo saw this scene at this moment, he would definitely be able to recall that when he stood on the peak of the Phoenix Turning Back Mountain, he saw the same elegant phoenix walking slowly in the wind and snow. It was neither fast nor slow, elegant and calm, calmly displaying its disdain for the world's beauty and brilliance. Balls of light rippled around the phoenix's body. It seemed like a strange flame that was burning and rising. And as time passed, this flame became more and more condensed, more and more brilliant. After a long time, Xiaoduo's body shook, and Xiaoyan opened their eyes at the same time. For pairs of eyes looked at each other. Both of them clearly felt that in each other's eyes, there was a galaxy slowly rotating. Deep and magnificent, endless and boundless. At the moment when Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan woke up, the phoenix's cry resounded in the depths of everyone's hearts. The ice phoenix flew into the sky with extreme elegance, tranquility, peace, happiness, and satisfaction. When it spread its wings, heaven and earth were glorious, and the universe was holy. It was precisely, born with flames. I am not afraid of reincarnation, I am not afraid of difficulties. In order to seek sympathy, I fell into the world. I can't be compared to nirvana. I have seen all the things in the world, and the tribulation disappears. Today, I have fulfilled my life's wish, and the dragon's cry and phoenix's cry reach the 9 heavens. Chapter 1323. Xiaoyan felt a shock in her heart. Her consciousness suddenly became clear, and her mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaoduo looking at her eyes. She couldn't help but feel shy and said, "You still don't want to get up? How long has it been?" Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, "You really asked me this question. I seem to have had a lot of dreams just now." Xiaoyan also blinked and said, "Did you also have dreams?" "Also? Did you?" "I also had dreams." Xiaoyan frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of dreams did you have?" "I seem to have dreamed of many past and present lives. In a trance, one life after another. Sigh, I don't know how many tens of thousands of lives have passed." "Yeah, I'm the same. It's really amazing. By the way," cough, "let me ask first. Nian Nian cat, why do your eyes seem to be glowing?" "Really? Let me see." When she was about to look in the mirror, she found that Xiaoduo was still on top of her and didn't move and, "Get up. Let's look in the mirror later. I suddenly feel that the situation is very good now." "Try to feel it. Is it a little different?" "Get up first." After a long, long time, that Xiaoduo Kai hugged Xiaoyan, who had turned into a pile of mud, and dived into the artificial hot spring again. Both of them were immersed in the hot spring water and couldn't help but recall their dreams. This dream was really strange, weird, and incredible. Xiaoduo clearly found that he remembered all the dreams he had experienced, but when he recalled the dream of a certain life and entered the next memory, the dream that he remembered clearly before would disappear without a trace. He recalled one by one, and then disappeared again one by one. In this life, he was a tree. He actually remembered that tigers, lions, and wolves peed on his roots. In the end, he was burned to ashes. In this life, he was a grass. He was burned to death by a pool of urine. Well, he didn't drown, but burned to death. Who said that urine couldn't burn grass? Damn. In this life, he was a rabbit. When he just opened his eyes and learned to run, he was eaten by a fox. It was natural selection, and the weak were prey to the strong. It was understandable. In this life, all in all, it was extremely strange and rich. Wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, fishes, shrimps, turtles, and crabs. In short, reincarnation after reincarnation, he was reincarnated and reincarnated as a flea life. In the end, he was squeezed by 2 fingernails and died. "I'm really rich." Zhuoxiao Duo muttered to himself. If he were to gather all the ways to die in the dream world and write a book called My 108,000 Ways to Die, it would be a piece of cake. He just didn't know if it would be able to sell well. Finally, he began to become a human, but he was wrongly killed. In another life, he was killed by bandits. Finally. In this life, he seemed to have become a famous author who was writing novels. He was handsome and elegant, and his writing flowed naturally like the clouds and flowing water. What's his surname again? His surname is Feng. Anyway, he earned more than 1 billion yuan, married dozens of mistresses, and retired from the Jianghu. Alas, I'm so sorry for Nian Cat. Zhuoxiao Duo wandered freely in the dream. Zhuoxiaonian was also wandering in the sea of dreams. Countless strange memories appeared and disappeared with a thought. The expression on her face changed with the changes in the dream. As the memories ended and turned into nothingness, they seemed to turn into an inexplicable energy and return to the original body. It seemed that countless doppelgangers were desperately cultivating, using their whole lives to cultivate. Then, all the cultivation was integrated into the original body. Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiao Duo could clearly feel that their power was getting stronger and purer, bit by bit. The power of their divine soul became stronger and stronger. That the power of thousands of reincarnations flowed into their original divine soul bit by bit and merged perfectly into the power of their original divine soul. The power of their original divine soul spread out and entered the Tower of Void Destruction. The Tower of Void Destruction changed rapidly and expanded rapidly around it. All the treasures of heaven and earth and spiritual plants with supreme spiritual roots in the Tower of Void Destruction showed signs of rapid growth. In the villa of Li Chenglong and the others, grass began to grow on the walls and on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a grassland, and even cracks appeared on the walls. That after all, it was just an ordinary grass. Under the nourishment of such spiritual energy, it would naturally multiply endlessly. Even if it was an ordinary grass, it would still have abundant power during its growth. Even a sturdy wall would not be able to resist it for long. Black and white light flashed on Bai and Jiao's bodies as they grew continuously, as if they had grown for thousands of years in an instant. The originally tender shell of the gourd gradually matured and showed a jade-like change. The black and white light became more and more holy and profound. The white was holy and the black was profound. In the Tower of Void Destruction, the demonic souls that Yan Shirsi didn't have time to devour or digest were all turned into pure demonic origin energy in a very short time. In this independent world where everything was under the control of Zhuoxiao Duo was like the god of creation, freely spreading his divine power. Whatever he wanted to do, he did it. Whatever he wanted to do, he did it. The wound on Huahuang's sword's divine soul, which had been difficult to heal for a long time, was instantly healed and even improved. Zhao's body also burned with the purest grand sun primordial fire with a crisp sound. Zhao's body was also rapidly expanding. In a very short time, it turned into a huge sun with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. All the heat energy was firmly locked in its body. Light shone in all directions, illuminating the world and space. In the center of the sun, the three-legged golden crow's body was burning with the purest grand sun primordial fire, which had already grown to thousands of meters in size. Countless heavenly treasures instantly matured. Dragon roars and phoenix cries could be heard. Li Chenglong and the others were inexplicably shocked by such a huge change. An inexplicable, dense, vibrating force suddenly appeared. Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian were both startled awake. They instantly put on their clothes and flew out. Both of them were baffled, but they had a clear understanding of the situation. Today is the day I break through to the grand heavenly realm. The two of them flew out at the same time and arrived above the 9 heavens in an instant. The tribulation lightning was already waiting for them. It gathered densely, as if the couple were going through the tribulation lightning at the same time. 2 tribulation eyes formed at the same time. In a split second, strong winds blew and the sky darkened. Dragon roars and phoenix cries reverberated in the 9th heaven. At this moment, 2 tribulation lightning bolts descended with a loud boom. Thunder rumbled and the tremendous power that could shatter the sky and the earth was fully displayed. On the other side, at the peak of the White Mountain, Wu Yuding and Zhuochanglu looked gratified. They looked at this side without the slightest worry. The Grand Heavenly Tribulation. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian's Grand Heavenly Tribulation. With their foundation, passing the Heavenly Tribulation was a piece of cake. Reaching this step was almost the peak of this world. If one wanted to go further and reach the peak of the Grand Heavenly Realm, break through the half-saint realm, become a quasi-saint, and even become a saint, it no longer depended on the growth of one's cultivation base or the refinement of one's true origin. It was all about luck. Because of this, in the cultivation path of ordinary cultivators, reaching this step was already considered the peak of cultivation. All the higher-ups congratulated and praised them one after another. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They said humbly, "My son is useless and has made a fool of himself. My daughter is useless and has made a fool of herself. Made a fool of herself." Then, everyone rolled their eyes and left. Untalented, unworthy. What a pain in the ass. I knew that I couldn't let this guy open his mouth. His words were too despicable. Zhuochanglu and his wife were good in every way except for their mouths. And they loved to open their mouths. Once they opened their mouths, they would either make everyone feel stifled or distressed. In short, they would make everyone unhappy. It was a common occurrence. Today was such a good day, but they were still like this. It was truly perverse and infuriating. A family of 4 Grand Heavenly Realm cultivators. They were indeed perverse and infuriating. Including their disciples, there were 6 of them. If you're so capable, your whole family can become saints. You're even more perverse and infuriating. This mighty heavenly tribulation lasted for an entire afternoon. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian climbed out of the ground. They immediately entered the space-destroying tower to recuperate and wash up. Naturally, they entered the hot spring. Zhuoxiaonian was the first to enter, so when Zhuoxiaoduo entered, Zhuoxiaoduo and his wife had both transcended their heavenly tribulations and ascended to Grand Heavenly Realm. It was like a signal that caused the 4 continents to fall into an unprecedented calm. However, this calmness made everyone feel apprehensive. Not only the higher-ups and martial artists, but even ordinary people could not help but feel that something big was about to happen. Now, it was just the calm before the storm. Zhuoxiaoduo, on the other hand, did not stop at all during this period of time. He continued to slaughter the devil horde and continued to spread heaven's secret orders to accumulate providence points. He also used this opportunity to increase the strength of Shao, Yan Shirsi, Jiao Bai, and the Wahuang sword. Zhuoxiaoduo was extremely alert during this period of calm. He could clearly feel that a great danger was approaching, bit by bit. A storm was coming. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In particular, the countless deaths displayed in the heavenly secret orders were even more shocking. During this period of time, he wanted to find trouble with Dark Phoenix several times, wanting to stop it and ask it some questions. However, Dark Phoenix was extremely slippery. It did not show itself at all, let alone face it. This result left Zhuoxiaoduo at his wit's end. "Dad, the demons will probably return the day after tomorrow." Chapter 1324. On this day, Zhuoxiaoduo came to look for Zhuochanglu. The first thing he said was the most explosive news. Zhuochanglu took a deep breath and said, "Where did the news come from? Is the time accurate? Why did you only tell me such important news now?" The demon clan should have returned from the demon continent. According to the gas readings, there will be a large number of casualties in the demon clan the day after tomorrow. Just from what I saw, there are more than 5 million casualties. It will definitely come true in the near future, Zhuoxiaoduo said in a deep voice. In the current chaotic situation, he could only use this method to check if the demon clan had returned. They actually returned from the demon clan. That's great. After confirming this, Zhuochanglu's spirit was immediately lifted. He immediately gave the order. Prepare for war. The 3 continents prepare for war. The real moment of life and death has arrived. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly gathered. They had never relaxed before, but now they were even more nervous. This time, the order was different from the previous one. After the demon clan's attack, no one would do things like, "It's hard to leave the land. Born here, raised here, and died here. It doesn't matter if you don't move. We'll go to the next one immediately. We'll spoil you. Leave if you want." The upper echelons of the 3 continents took action together. They quickly gathered the people and moved them away. Countless cities became empty. Everyone gathered in the larger cities that were easy to defend and hard to attack. They were prepared to face the arrival of the apocalyptic catastrophe. Rows upon rows of defense lines were densely packed. Countless warriors waited quietly at the checkpoints, waiting for the enemy to arrive, waiting for the battle, waiting for the moment when they died. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. They grew thicker and thicker, covering the sun and the sky. The wind also gradually escalated. In the end, it was whistling and blowing sand and stones. The raging wind blew for 2 full days and nights. Dust filled the sky. In the end, even football-sized stones could be seen flying in the air. Coupled with the meteors that were still falling from the sky all the time, it was a scene of an apocalyptic catastrophe. Countless stones even collided with the meteors in the air. They disintegrated and became dust in the sky. That it was under such terrible circumstances. On the morning of the 3rd day, it should have been the brightest time between heaven and earth, but because of some unforeseen event, it fell into a thick darkness. It was as if there was something gigantic that blotted out the sky and swallowed all the light. Then, another rumbling sound rang out, and the entire ancestral land began to tremble. An extremely strong earthquake suddenly occurred. The entire continent had suffered a severe impact. A continent had returned. Furthermore, this commotion was extremely terrifying. All the buildings with more than 3 floors were unable to put up any resistance and collapsed directly. No matter if it was the Tao League, the Astral Souls, or the Wu People's buildings, all of them fell down neatly without exception. With the Sea of Pestilence as a buffer, there were still many buildings that did not collapse. However, this time, there was no resistance at all, as if they were flour. All of the existing scientific and technological achievements had become a thing of the past, and all modern communications were naturally paralyzed. What mobile phone, what computer? Everything was reduced to nothingness. Communication was restored to the era where people could only shout. Countless ordinary people and hundreds of millions of lives were destroyed in this earthquake. As for the deafness, blindness, bone fractures, and other injuries, it was uncountable. Such a violent shock made even the higher-ups dizzy. It was rare for them to be calm. What was going on? How could it be so violent? It was as if all sides were being hit. What was going on? After 2 hours, the mountains on the ancestral land were still collapsing and disintegrating, and the cities were even more devastated. Countless cultivators were moving around to rescue the missing people in the collapsed buildings. The sky was still covered in thick fog, and it was difficult to see clearly. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with dazzling lights. It was beautiful and captivating. The sky in the east, west, north, and south all surged with colorful rainbows. Then, huge golden lotuses appeared in the sky one after another. Like a fountain, the lotuses continued to spurt out, dyeing the entire sky golden. Layers of flower petals emitted light and floated down from the sky. After a while, golden lotuses began to appear on the ground out of thin air. They quietly rolled, rose, and gradually rose into the sky. For a time, heaven and earth were overturned by beauty and brilliance in the destructive dust and fog of an unprecedented natural disaster. Countless corpses trembled on the still trembling ground. Their eyes were filled with red, and the ground was covered in blood as if they were still alive. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. In the endless brilliance and magnificence, there was also a sense of mercy and peace. The scene of destruction and infinite mercy appeared at the same time, and this world was suddenly filled with endless irony. The glittering sacred golden lotuses rose slowly in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses, illuminating the world and giving it color. Then, countless huge Buddha phantoms appeared in the sky. They were solemn, and the sound of scriptures was deafening. In the distance, dragons and phoenixes spiraled and rose in the colorful clouds, accompanied by endless seven-colored light flowing over the world. In a flash, white light, green light, yellow light, red light, and all kinds of colors and hues appeared around the continent. Then, a patch of black light and a cloud of gray fog rose and slowly came over. The whole sky was a hodgepodge of colors, no matter which direction, east, south, west, or north. It was a riot of colors. At this moment, when it was too much for the eyes to take in, the sun was dazzling. More than a dozen suns appeared in the sky, and endless demonic aura filled the world. More than a dozen huge suns flashed away. An inexplicable warm wind blew across the whole world in an instant. Everywhere it passed, flowers, plants, and trees grew rapidly. Countless strange sceneries surged wildly in all directions, but gathered in the sky above, resulting in a huge explosion. If a level 12 wind was the ultimate storm that people knew, then the violent wind that was stirred up by the explosion in the sky was even more powerful than a level 12 wind. It was even dozens of times stronger than a level 12 wind. After the explosion, the wind and clouds spread in all directions, but it was indestructible. All the mountains and ridges that it passed by were all shaved off. If one looked at it with their eyes, it was a uniform scene, and there was no difference at all. The commotion was so great that it made the faces of all the peak-level experts change color. Countless soldiers on the defensive lines bled from their 7 orifices. Their ears were buzzing, and they couldn't calm down even after a long time. Apart from the heroic soul passes that were still standing, the other buildings in the ancestral land were all in ruins, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Mountains became deep valleys, and the sea became steep ridges. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The most obvious change was at the old site of the Tao League land. The Tao League land was located on the other side of the astral souls. It wasn't connected to the Wu people land. The astral souls human race and the Umno Alliance had been fighting for years, but the Tao League land had been peaceful for a long time. Under the protective shield of the land, there were many tall buildings and all kinds of buildings. Although most of the Tao Alliance's forces had been destroyed by the Demon Continent's return, the Demon Continent's return had the Pestilence Sea as the first buffer, and the 3 demon monarchs had joined forces to form the second buffer. Although most of the demon monarchs had been protecting the Demon Continent, the impact on the Tao Alliance's forces had been greatly reduced. As a result, although the Tao Alliance's infrastructure had been damaged, many of its citizens had still been able to survive. This attack was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one. All of the buildings within the Tao Alliance's continent were instantly incinerated and reduced to ashes. Many of the demons who had taken up residence within the continent suffered as well. However, not only were the demons' bodies vastly superior to the humans, they were even superior to the Magi's as well. Although it was inevitable that some of them would be injured, they didn't suffer too many casualties. Zhuochenglu, the Flood Witch, and the other giants of the 3 continents all gathered in the void above the White Head Mountain to observe the situation. Their faces were all solemn. This is the return of the 5 ancient races together. The ancestral land is complete again. Taoist Thunder's eyes were blank, and his face was pale as he murmured to himself. The Azura race, the Demon race, the Spirit race, the Western race, and the Ancient God race. They all came back at the same time. If it wasn't fate, how could it be like this? This land is so lively. So this is the real catastrophe. The ancestral land is complete, and the catastrophe of all living beings starts from here. The catastrophe is indeed here. I didn't expect that the ancestral land would start a war as soon as it was complete again. Zhuochenglu shook his head and smiled bitterly. The demon race and the demon race have started a war now. Previously, we made peace with the demon race, which allowed them to retain a considerable amount of strength. But I don't know how far they can go against the demon race by themselves. The demon race is definitely no match for the demon race. It's only a matter of time before they are destroyed. However, the 5 ancient races have returned together. Our original strategy must be changed. Faced with such a situation, everyone's claws were numb. Everyone was preparing to fight against the demon race. Who would have thought that the 5 ancient races would return on the same day and at the same time? The pressure suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The ancestral land was complete, the continent was unified, all races were gathered, and the heavenly secrets were mixed up to the point of a pot of porridge. The flood which took a deep breath and said, "We have to leave now." Zhuochanglu said solemnly, "Take care." Now that the 5 ancient races had returned together, the Umno alliance no longer had the geographical advantage. Seeing that the demon race had started a war as soon as they returned, the other races couldn't help but follow suit. The Wu people, who didn't have most of their peak fighting power, were likely to be in deep trouble already. The 12 shamans and the Wu people's elite army were all here. The Umno alliance was in a passive position. The Wu people's army had to return immediately. If they couldn't even defend their base, how could they help the astral souls? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.